I'm just going to start recording. And
Okay.
so I just want to clarify in terms of date, July 18th, 2025, my full name, Lisa Noel Volding. And Riley, do you want to state your name and any
My name
other
is
names?
William. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt. My name is William Sascha Riley. I was born Manuel Sascha Barros,
Okay.
but my legal name is William Sascha Riley at this time.
Okay. And I'm just so we're clear, I'm based in Victoria, British Columbia, Canada. I lived in the United States full time for a bunch of years, but I was brought up in Canada. My citizenship's
Well,
Canadian. And
we might be neighbors at some point because Canada is right now number 2 on the list of the countries that I am potentially going to move to.
you know, I think it's a good place to look. There's a lot of Americans actually. I've spoken to Americans that I've told to come here. And there's lots of Americans that have come to visit more, and it's a lot more embracing, inclusive of a culture. So, it's quite lovely. I
Yeah.
recommend. In terms of what my approach, really, what I wanted to do is like to just really like a thorough discussion. You tell me everything that you've been wanting to say, and
Okay.
I'll ask some questions. This might be one of like however many discussions, and I'll record them. If it's one, if it's 10, and what I'd like to do, I'm sort of recording with an eye to your testimony, getting your testimony of what you
Okay.
experienced, what abuse you suffered, and what you were witness to. And an eye in terms of being able to get into a format in terms of affidavits, whether we look at getting help from the International Criminal Court, because obviously what you and I have discussed already, there's definitely a whole whack of crimes that have been getting committed by a lot of folks, and is even a case where there could be crimes against humanity charges in regards to Trump.
Okay.
So, and what else I'd like to do is I'd like to look at whether you would be okay with me like transcribing and then publishing something. I publish newsletters selectively. I have a newsletter called Outlaws of Chivalry I publish once in a while. And I was looking at perhaps publishing there if you're okay in terms of how it could help us in terms of getting the right legal support in terms of the International War Court.
I am for whatever puts a light on this, because in my mind, the powers that be are already aware of my position on it and aware that I have spoken up. And, the more light that is shed on there, I don't think that I'm incurring more risk, except for some maybe lunatic that wants to be a soldier for Donald Trump, because they are a little crazy. They're a little brainwashed. But I don't mind whatever would bring a little bit more light to this, particularly this stuff. If we can get some of this stuff verified, and I know that me speaking up is one thing, but then the verification process, is important too. And I have read about software where, facial recognition software that taps into the banks of known cataloged child pornography. So if the films that they had me make can be verified, it's not something that I can go online, but I am confident that it's there because somebody that I served with in the Army got put out of the Army for child pornography, and my chain of command talked to me and they said, hey, some of these images, some of the films or whatever that he had looked just like you. And that was the first time I think I had ever talked to anybody about having done those films. And I told them, yes, when I was a child, I had to do those things.
Yeah. So let's talk a little bit more about that circumstance. Like, so you were in the Army. What years were you in the Army then?
This would have been my second time in the Army. I rejoined in, 2002.
Yeah.
And I retired in 2016. I was in from 91 to 98 as well. So I did a little over 21 years. But the time frame that they pulled me into the office and discussed that would have been around 2008, 2009 time frame. It was in garrison, so it was between deployments.
Yeah.
So around that time is when they talked to me. And yeah, I can just remember, telling them that I knew it was out there was nothing I could do about it, and thinking that there was really no way to go about, anything at that point. I didn't know what I could do about it, if anything.
Yeah. So it was from when our emails, it was one of the fellow soldiers that was caught with a bunch of child pornography, and then your commanding officer pulled you into the office to go through and said they'd seen you in the films.
I did not look at any of the films. All they said was, hey, we had to look at some of this stuff, and one of those people looks just like you. And that's the first time that I had, I think, ever really spoken about it. And I said, yes, those are probably me. But I did not personally see them. But they described something that I knew that I had been a part of.
Yeah. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Here's what it
more?
Was.
Yeah.
They pulled me in, I can remember First Sergeant Bayless was kind of red-faced, and he said, have you ever made a movie with a black girl? And that obviously was, I'm not a movie star, so obviously that's a very odd question, and I knew exactly what he was talking about when he said that.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, yes. So he said, okay, well, we have found some images that are of a sexually explicit nature on another soldier's computer, I think, and they look like you. And I said, well, they are me. So he said, and you look underage. I think from that was part of their investigation to confirm that the images of the participants in these films were underage. Mm-hmm. So, that was just a secondary verification that, I was only 12 or 13 at the time of that film, maybe even 11. So, obviously I'm not an adult. And even when I was an adult at 18 or 19, I still looked young. So obviously at 11, 12, whatever I was in that film, I would not have looked like a mature, an adult, Mm-hmm. So it was more, I think, for confirmation that these images were of children. So I don't remember if he actually got court-martialed or if he just got UCMJ, which is just their lower grade of punishment. But I do know that he was chaptered out of the military over it. I think he might have had to do a little jail time, but I don't recall. I can't even recall the soldier's name that got caught with it. I just knew he was an NCO, a staff sergeant.
And did anyone else ever talk to you about the films again? Did they ever talk? Did they ever infer that there was any further investigation in terms to when the films were produced? Did they ask you anything about who is involved, or did they?
No. They didn't go into any legality other than the prosecution of the soldier with the images. So in the military is a little bit different than civilian. I don't want to call it the court system because it's just the officers and NCOs in the military, but they have their sphere of influence. They have their little scope of operation, and if they uncover more, I think that they're required to give it to the civilian authorities, but they don't have any jurisdiction to go further than to just prosecute the soldier for the infraction that he is guilty of, if that makes sense the way I'm saying it.
No, I understand. Do they have any duty or is there any legality, or do they have legal requirements to inform civilian prosecutors of
Yes,
such cases?
yes.
Okay.
If they suspect or if there's additional wrongdoing that is outside of their scope of being able to prosecute, and in this case to hold the individual soldier accountable for having this material that he's not supposed to have,
Yeah.
they prosecute that portion of it. If it is beyond what they can prosecute, then they refer the soldier to civilian court systems. But in this case, the military did handle the prosecution of the soldier, and I think all he got was like 30 days and reduction in rank to E1. They kicked him out of the Army, gave him a less than honorable discharge, I think. I don't think he even got a bad conduct for that. But I know that he was put out of the military, and I think he did the 30 days in jail, I think, is the most that they can give you at the level that they prosecuted him at. So I'm not saying that for sure on the jail time, but I do know for a fact he was put out of the military.
Okay. So they had films. They had some of those films.
Was his name.
Cable?
Yes, Habel. That was his last name. Habel, I think. Staff Sergeant Habel. I just remembered it because I could picture his face, and I just couldn't remember his name.
Habel. Okay. Habel.
Yes, I'm relatively certain on that name. I don't have the best memory. I was in a blast in Iraq, and one of the things that I struggle with mightily are names.
Yeah.
But I'm fairly sure that's his name.
Okay. And in terms of the films they had, so there was obviously a collection of pornography. Is there anyone you're in contact with of those your commanding officers that would they talk to you? Would they provide evidence, or is it a situation where
Michael Bayless is the only one that I remember speaking to about it. I have not spoken to him since I left Fort Carson in 2011. I would think that he would probably remember something like that, just the unusualness of it. First sergeants deal with things day in and day out, but I would think that he would remember that just because of how it's not every day that you have to deal with something like that, Yeah. But it is possible. I think my commanding officer's name at that time was Captain Colasanto, but I'm not sure because you get commanding officers come and go. The first sergeants, they tend to stick around longer.
Yeah.
But commanding officers are a lot of times they're only there for a year or two, and then they're off to the next thing. So, my recollection of the commanding officer may not be accurate.
What's the spelling of his last name? Colasanto.
Cola, Colasanto.
Okay. Saint Cola.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything else you think would be helpful to talk about right now about then, the time frame? That was the first time anyone had ever mentioned to you anything about the films other than when you were involved in filming? Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. The first time that I can recall anybody that it ever coming up, I always knew that they were, that the films, at least one or two of them were out there. I don't even know how many times I was filmed. But I can tell you that some of them are extraordinarily horrible. I can give you one instance where they were filming us. It was me and a girl that I knew that I had been trafficked with in other venues. And while we were filming, they came in and shot her in the head. So killed her, obviously. So that would be...
Was that the runaway?
That was another girl, and I can't even remember her name. Yeah. The runaway was tortured to death in a duplex in Enterprise, Alabama. My parents did that, and that wasn't on film, not her being tortured, but that was that black girl that I'm telling you about that later on Michael Bayless had talked to me about. But they went and got her because they were afraid that this was after the investigation in Tennessee, and they were afraid that they would go down for child pornography. So they were wanting to kill her, and then they were wanting to get rid of me via an accident, but they couldn't because they had already tried to kill me several times. They had the incident in Texas involving the Chevy van. There was another instance in Texas where my dad threw me into the middle of a pool and said, sink or swim. And somebody saw it and called the sheriff. So there was a police report on that. And then there was a third instance in Texas where my dad threw me down a flight of stairs. And that one fractured my skull. Now, there may have been other things that happened as well, but I remember those three were enough that they generated an investigation. Yeah. There were enough things that happened in Texas that my dad moved from Texas to Tennessee, and then got in trouble in Tennessee, and then got in trouble in Tennessee, and then moved to Alabama, got in trouble in Alabama, and then we just moved one more time.
And you're talking about
Alabama.
Your adoptive dad, William Kyle Riley, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
I have located my birth parents. My birth mother lives in Sierra Vista, and my birth father lives in Edmond, Oklahoma, but I have not reached out to either of them. Mm-hmm. I just, within the last year, probably 6 months, I learned where they live. Mm-hmm. So, I don't know. That's just an odd dynamic for me, and I'm still kind of processing that. But as far as family goes, I have a half-sister up in Massachusetts, and that's about it.
Okay. And your adopted dad, William Kyle Riley, worked as a pilot and was involved.
Yes.
Integrally in the Epstein Trump.
He was involved in all kinds of things.
Yeah. And he worked a lot with Trump and Epstein, correct?
I know that he was around Epstein and worked with Epstein. And I want to say that he flew for Epstein. And if not for Epstein directly, like transporting Epstein himself, he did transport some of the rich people to and from these parties that Epstein and company hosted. It wasn't just him. It was kind of a cabal of several people, and Epstein was the lead coordinator, maybe you would call it. But it's much more than just him as an individual. You know, it was people like him, like Trump, other people, and I can't remember, like how many, but he was handy to have around because he was a part of the process, and he isn't just like an airline pilot or something like that. He can fly anything. He can fly helicopters, fixed wing, smaller aircraft, larger aircraft. I mean, he's that pilot, that kind of that multi-purpose guy that could transport whatever you needed.
Okay, so
I don't know if he ever got into the drugs. I can remember him talking at one point, and he had refused to do a drug run, basically, and somebody else took that drug run, and they got busted.
Yeah.
So I don't know what kind of aircraft it was or whatever, and it was around Florida that guy got busted. Maybe he flew down to the Virgin Islands or something like that. I can't remember these specific details, but I can remember the conversation that my dad had talking about, thank God I didn't take that. And because the guy got busted and he wound up, huge amount of charges, 25 to life or whatever the heck he got. But I can remember from his perspective being nervous because the people that he was working with, he was scared that they were going to set him up to take the fall for something, to just get rid of him because he had been involved in so much other criminality that he was really nervous about taking on anything else. I know that's kind of word salad the way that I said it, but I think you kind of understand what I'm saying.
I do. No, I understand. I understand perfectly. So your dad would obviously, my understanding is your dad was the kind of pilot that those sort of criminals would want to use because they could use him to fly anything in any situation, to airlift Trump out, like you said, when you almost killed Trump, when Trump was assaulting you, or
I don't think
fly
my dad was
guests
the pilot
in.
in that one. But,
He wasn't the pilot in that case?
That kind of pilot, absolutely.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. But.
No, that's okay. So, yeah, I've got, I've spoken to folks that, they look for those sorts of pilots. They want pilots that can get guests of traffickers into situations, in and out discreetly, trafficking victims in and out of situations discreetly, and victims that they've killed out of situations discreetly, all sorts of nonsense. So seems like
and that's what he did. He shuttled the people, but I can remember him not wanting to cross the bridge over to running drugs.
Yeah.
Because in his mind, if he got caught with some people, he could just play dumb, and I was just transporting this guy's kid to, from the, here to there. I didn't know anything. So
did your dad...
I go ahead.
Did your dad transport the victims most often?
Oh, absolutely.
So more victims than guests. I don't want to call them guests.
I would say more guests than victims,
okay.
But he definitely transported both.
Okay. And that was either directly for Epstein, like wasn't transporting Epstein so much as Epstein's victims and Epstein's guests.
And the clients.
Okay,
yes.
The clients.
But he was definitely around Epstein. I can remember the one time that I can remember meeting both of them, and I can't even remember Jeffrey hardly at all, but I can remember the conversation in the car where they kept asking how to say Ghislaine's name because it was unusual, and during that meeting, my mom wanted to get the name right, for whatever. That was important to her,
Yeah. And what's your mom's name again?
Her name was Mary Lynn Riley. This would be kind of my third mom because my dad adopted me with a lady named Irene Ursula Litsky was her maiden name. Mm-hmm. Her name is Peter now. But those two adopted me. He got divorced from Irene in 79 or 80 and almost immediately married Lynn. So Irene may have been involved in some of that, but that would be from a time frame that I don't have clear recollection of. I do have clear recollection of Mary Lynn Riley's involvement, but she died via suicide a number of years ago.
Okay. Now, what are you most comfortable to talk about next? I mean, well, let me ask some more questions in terms of the... Now, you told me about Trump and about Biggs and about Jordan. I feel like that's important to discuss in details. And let me ask you a question. Do you think it's more helpful for you to talk about what you remember first, when you were first trafficked, the circumstances, individuals involved, or do you want to talk about some of the incidents that we spoke about a bit by email already? What do you think is most helpful for you?
Fill in whatever gaps in that I can. I have spoken to you about most of what I remember clearly, but I can give you some of the details with those three, and that's why I am willing to talk about them. There's no. I remember more things, but I can't give you much in the way of detail for anybody other than those three. I can remember Jim Jordan. I went to a party. This was at a farm. There were I don't know, 25 to 50 people there. I mean, it was a good amount of people, but not a massive crowd by any stretch. But the experience that my dad sold to those people was, if you could pin me, then you could do whatever you wanted. But my dad had taught me how to fight. He had been a bare knuckle brawler earlier in his life, and I know that he had worked kind of just beating people up for a little extra money at one point in his life. He also entered into like the tough man contest, stuff like that. So it was kind of a game for them, because I was just a child. So you would think that you could just do whatever you wanted, but if they got anywhere near me, I would hit them. And by the time that Jim Jordan assaulted me, I was old enough that those adults, most of them not being athletic in any way, these are people that, they're not fighters by any stretch.
Mm-hmm.
They couldn't get anywhere near me. And Jim Jordan just sort of rushed me and tackled me, and I might have known how to fight, but I didn't know how to wrestle. So he assaulted me in front of a crowd, and I think that it was filmed, but I can't swear that it was filmed, but it was in front of those 25 or 50 people.
And how old were you?
That's why I remembered. I was around 12.
12.
When that happened.
And of those 25, 50 people... sorry, go ahead.
The reason that I remember Jim Jordan is, first, he stood out because he wasn't that much. He's only like 7 or 8 years older than me. So at the time frame that I'm at 12, he is right around just graduating high school, maybe first year or two of college, right? So him being so much younger stood out. And then I remembered his jawline. He has a very pronounced jawline. I remembered his voice. And his mannerisms haven't changed throughout his life either. So when I really started, as soon as Trump went down that escalator and said he was running for president, I got involved in politics. I started watching it. I started watching who supported him and everything like that. And I remember Jim Jordan just from watching him on the floor of Congress, speaking to the different people that go up there and testify. So, and that's him. I just remembered him. So
yeah,
I know that's not a lot, but you give me a polygraph, I'm going to take it, because I'm 100% sure that it was him.
Mm-hmm.
And Andy Biggs, I remember, because on the way to this, they took me to a house. This wasn't at a party. This was later, after I had assaulted Trump, and it was kind of a punishment type of thing, where he was going to get to assault me and I guess not pay my parents, and he got to do whatever he wanted. And I can remember telling me I wasn't allowed to fight back or they'd kill me, and all of this. But they must have said his name 50 times in the car. So Biggs I kept hearing Biggs, Andy Biggs, and I thought, I'm going to remember this name. And after he assaulted me, I don't even remember the assault necessarily, but I remember being in the car afterwards and being like really nauseous, sick to my stomach. I was seeing spots, and I mean, the guy beat me until I had broken ribs and was convulsing, turning blue and stuff like that. And the only part of that assault that I can remember is laying on the floor of the room trying to breathe, and I could hear Andy and my dad screaming back and forth at each other. And I can remember Andy Biggs saying, "You said I could do whatever I wanted," and my dad saying, "I didn't say you could fucking kill him." And I think they may have actually thrown blows over it, but there was a heated argument and everything going on for an extended period of time. And then I can remember being in the car, leaving, and just having my eyes closed because my head was spinning and everything, and I was just trying to breathe, just in and out,
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I remember him so clearly. I have had more than one encounter with Trump, and that's why I tried to kill that son of a bitch, because he is a fucking monster. It's why I have not shut up about just how absolutely abhorrent he is as a human being, and that's why I tried to kill him.
Yeah.
Because I had decided, I had already seen enough other people die that in my mind I thought, well, they're just going to kill me too at some point, right? I'm not going to survive to be an adult from this. So in my mind, he was the biggest pile of shit that I had ever had to have any contact with. So I was going to take him with me. And
how often did Trump assault you? Do you remember?
I can remember two specifically. A third one that I think, and I think I was around him more than just those 3 times, but only 3 times do I kind of remember. I can remember at one point him asking the people that were kind of running that party or whatever it was at that farm, he wanted to kill somebody. He wanted to murder somebody. And they said, hey, that's not this kind of party. You can't do that. And they in lieu of doing that, they said, well, we've got some puppies. If you just want to kill something, we've got to get rid of them anyway. So I can remember him taking those puppies one by one, and like he snapped one of the puppies' necks. He cut one open and let it just howl and writhe in pain while it died. Held one under some water to kill it. He wanted to kill those puppies in whatever gruesome way, to experience, I guess, seeing them suffer in different ways. What his kink is, I guess, if you want to call it that, is watching people suffer. He likes to destroy people physically, mentally, during the process of the assault. That's why he stands out so much in my memory. And it's physical pain, and then it's also, degrading and all of that. But his thing was to just try to destroy human beings to the utmost that he could possibly do it, which is why I attacked him.
Yeah, that's understandable. So,
I can tell you this: the last one, okay, so this was after they had killed the Samantha. This is the black girl that I made the one of the movies with.
Yeah. And these were. Let me just ask a question, just to clarify. So when Samantha was killed, these were all of these parties at the farm or similar locations to the farm, where there was.
It was multiple farms.
Multiple farms, and usually it was parties. So there was individuals like Trump that were flown into the parties, and then
and they would have like a building, a house, and they would usually have like a tent set up, and it was almost like a little. I don't want to say a fair. It wasn't that big. They didn't have rides or anything, but it was a kind of a coordinated deal. Sometimes they would have the bare knuckle fighting. That probably is how my dad got involved with these people, because you've got boxing and stuff like that on TV, but that's really all you had back in the 70s and 80s. The more the MMA type of stuff wasn't allowed, and these fights were a little more gruesome. They didn't fight to the death or anything like that, but they were bloody, and these were fights, and not just boxing. And so the rich people would pay to see that. Sometimes they'd have like a band playing, just like what you would expect at like a fair or something,
So the rich folks would get flown in, associated with Epstein, and they would pay to watch the victims fight. The victims were all underage. And would they pay to then assault the victims after the fights or during the fights? And they'd pay to torture the victims and rape the victims and kill the victims.
But now some of the fights were adults. So, if they had some big old country boy and some other guy, they would pay to see that. They would also pay to watch the kids fight. And they did pay to watch me fight. I would fight other kids, and my dad was my initial trainer for me to learn how to fight. I would later go on to be a boxer, an amateur boxer. But that's how I got my start in all of that. So, yes, they would have paid for that. And the experiences were different each time. There wasn't like a set thing. You never really knew what was going to happen. So, part of it, a lot of it just comes down to money, So if they offered $5,000 to have sex with me, then my dad was willing to do do that. Whatever the dollar amounts were, I don't know.
Sascha, that isn't sex. That's sexual assault.
Right.
I mean, I just want to say something first. I think you're extremely brave. You behave extremely strong, like a warrior. And I just want to stop and say it's important to me to say that, because a lot of folks, wouldn't even survive such trauma, but you've survived, and you conduct yourself with dignity and gracefully, and it's important to me to say that. I hope you know that. I hope you have a sense of your own honor and chivalrousness, especially what you told me in terms of drugs they used on you and how they lured you, drugged to behave monstrous towards other kids. I understand the context.
I can remember. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I can remember some arm of law enforcement showing me video of me harming one of the people that they were filming me with. Now, I don't know how that came about, whether they drugged me and I lost my mind, or they told me to do it. I don't know the circumstances, but I can remember being in that room and them saying, well, you did this. And it may have not even been law enforcement. It may have been, like the people that were running that. But I can remember being really upset because I had no recollection of having done that. It was me in the video, and I was beating a girl senseless. And I didn't kill her or anything like that, but I.
Yeah.
So, and I have a feeling, this part I can't prove because I only have my own experiences, but what the whole thing seems to be is that they first abuse you, then they get you on film abusing others, and now they have you trapped as well.
Yeah.
So you can't talk about the abuse that they did to you. If they want you to be a legacy victim, somebody that they can use in the future, well, then they've got to get you on tape doing monstrous things to other people as well, because now they have the leverage to keep your mouth shut.
Yeah, no, and you know what? You're exactly right. That's exactly the tactic. And the tactic is insidious because have you ever heard of the torture technique a lot of occult practitioners use? It's called inversion torture. Inversion magic isn't magic. Sorcery is just smoke and mirrors, nonsense, deception techniques. But it's sort of inversion technique where to try to linguistically manipulate the victims, to try to get the victims in a position where the victims doubt whether the victims, are good or not.
Absolutely.
And I think that's the case with a lot of the Republicans you mentioned. Like you said, Clarence Thomas and Lindsey Graham were at these parties. You can't remember if Lindsey Graham and Clarence Thomas participated. And it's sort of a question of, did they participate? Were they blackmailed because they were there, attended the parties, but they didn't participate? Can you tell me much more about Clarence Thomas and Lindsey Graham?
I know the least about him. The only reason that I can remember him is because he was a black man. And I'm sorry, but that club is pretty much just white folks. So having a black person there was very unusual. So he stood out. But the only thing that I can really say is that I remembered him being there, And then I remember what a big deal it was in our household when he got confirmed onto the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
Because my dad was excited about that because of how high up he was. Now, I can't swear. I may have been assaulted by Clarence Thomas, but I cannot swear to that. If he did assault me, then it was not to the level of something that scared me to the point where I needed to remember it, if that's a good way to put that, which Trump rose to that, and Andy Biggs rose to that, and Jim Jordan rose to that because he was dangerous to me because I could keep most people away from me with my fists, but, you know, he was a good wrestler, so, you know, he scared me in that sense that this is a person that I can't, you know, that I can't keep away from me with my fists. Lindsey Graham, I am fairly sure he has assaulted me, but I just can't put my hand on a Bible and swear to that.
Yeah.
You know, I know that he was there. I can remember it. He just like Jim Jordan, he has very distinct mannerisms, and his voice is a little unusual as well. So I could remember his voice, I could remember his mannerisms, and then obviously how he looks. So I can put him there, but I just can't. I can't say he did this or he did that exactly. I just can't.
Okay. So
I wish that I could provide more information on that because I think some things went on, but that's just not enough for me to point a finger and make an accusation. But he was there. I can tell you that.
Yeah. Well, that's enough, and I know that, you know, some sorts of interviews we can look at a different time to see if there is any more information you remember. But what you do remember, I just want you to know what you remember to know, that what you remember is extremely important and is extremely helpful. I know you want to be able to remember more, and the memories are in there. And, you know, I just want to approach the situation delicately because, you know,
some of the other memories are just vague. You know, I can, and I have been very careful too not to reach out further because there are some other names that I could mention that I believe were there that I know for a fact that my parents talked about, but I don't have a clear enough recollection of anything. Like I can tell you 100% sure that they talked about Vladimir Putin, but I do not believe he was ever at one of those parties that I was at. But his name was brought up more than once.
During the 1980s?
Yes.
Okay.
Vladimir Putin. I don't know even when he ascended to the presidency, but I remember the name because it was so unusual. Now, at that point, he may have just been, you know, one of the Russian oligarchs or whatever, but his name came up, and I remember it just because it's an unusual name, Vladimir Putin, you know. But I don't believe he was ever there. So that is like, I don't know, there are other names like that too.
Okay, well, let's talk a little bit about
I
Putin
remember
more.
Clinton's name being brought up, but I don't ever remember seeing it.
So Clinton was mentioned, but you never saw Clinton.
Not that I can recall. And that's another thing too. I may have had interactions with additional people, but during some of them, I was so drugged out of my mind, I don't really remember what happened. You know?
Yeah. When you heard them talk about Putin, so it was at one of the parties at one of the farms, do you remember what they were saying about Putin?
Just that he was some sort of like foreigner that was very important. I didn't know any more. You know, the name was just unusual, and they mentioned his name. You know, they kind of had fun saying his name. You know, Vladimir. You know, does he like to go by Vlad or this or that? But the meeting with that person, I don't think ever materialized. I think it was just something that was discussed and never happened. Now, if he has other connections, you know, and he very well may, that's possible. But I can just remember there were at those parties, there were people that had strange accents.
Mm-hmm.
But that's it. That's all I could say. I couldn't point and say, well, this person was from Spain or this person was from Portugal. I have no idea. But what I do know for a fact is not every person at those parties was American.
Yeah.
I know that's not a lot, but I only remember what I
have a question with Trump. I mean, with Putin. Did you get the sense that the party attendees, that the clients were interested in Putin? There was something they wanted from Putin. They thought they could get money from Putin, influence from Putin. Did you have any sense of that?
The only sense that I had was that this was for the rich people, regardless of where they were from. So at this point in my child brain, I knew that there were rich people, and those people got to do whatever they wanted, and then there were poor people like me, and those people, that was the dynamic. So, that's it. I never heard them say anything about blackmailing and stuff like that, but I can remember them showing me a video of me doing bad stuff, and then I can remember people telling me that if I ever talked about it, what I had done was illegal too. And a lot of that was just bullshit because I was just a kid and they were making me do this stuff.
Yeah. But talk about malevolent hypocrisy, dude. They were just utterly grotesque. They were trafficking you, they were assaulting you, they were drugging you, and then they were trying to
they were trying to make me feel guilty about any of it happening.
Exactly. When you were in this situation because they were trafficking you.
The last encounter with Trump, the one where I injured him, was the one that I remember the most vividly. And this was the setup for that. I can remember my dad, before we went to the farm, this was when we lived in Enterprise, Alabama.
Yeah.
So it would have been about 81 to 82, somewhere in there, maybe as late as 83. But he said there may be somebody that you know there. And I can remember the look on his face, and it scared the shit out of me. But anyway, when I got to the farm, of course, I'm scared at the farm because I don't know what's going to happen. But the first person that comes up to me is a girl named Patricia. This is a girl that I had been trafficked with before. And she came running up to me and, said hello or whatever. She was about my same age, around 12 or 13. And I can remember my dad saying, well, why don't you guys go run off or whatever and have fun? And I can remember not knowing what to do in that instance because, these parties weren't for me. I wasn't. And then he said something to the effect of, no, it's not like that for you anymore. You're a man now. You can just go out and have fun. Well, we went to go have sex. So we went and found a room and started having sex. And while we were having sex, people burst into the room. It would have been 4, 5, 6 guys, big guys, adults. At least one of them had a gun. I think 2 or 3 of them had guns. But they came in, they assaulted her, they beat on her, and then they shot her while she was still in the bed. They didn't beat or assault me, but what they said was, if you don't do everything that the next person coming in here wants, we're going to shoot you just like we did her. And I can remember them having like an argument because they shot her in the bed and then they had to go find another mattress. Well, that's when Trump came in. So that's why I remember him so vividly. And it was at that point I had already decided they're probably just going to kill me anyway. I'm going to take him with me. And I tried, but I did not. How did
you... So, obviously Trump was extremely violent. Trump's a sadistic psychopath. When Trump assaulted you, so sexual assault and physical assault?
Yes. So,
and
at one point, I kind of acquiesced to whatever sexual things that he wanted to do. But at some point, he wanted me to have sex with him. So he laid down on his stomach, and there was a wooden tent stake that was in the room. And I had been eyeballing it as a weapon. And what I did was put the condom on the wooden tent stake, put it inside of him, and I kicked it as hard as I could. And that's why he had to get life flighted out, because I ripped him open.
I'm sorry. Do you ever watch the movie The Equalizer?
No, I haven't seen it.
Denzel Washington, sort of like justice when everyone involved in American law enforcement can't get any justice. That would be a sort of situation, obviously. I laughed because there's poetic justice there, Sascha.
That was what facilitated. Not only did I get really assaulted by Andy Biggs, I also got assaulted by like an entire party's worth of people. They took
after Trump was airlifted out.
Yeah, a whole nother party. So they took me to another party after that, and because I had done that to one of those rich people, they took me from like station to station, and they could do whatever they wanted. Most of them just beat on me. I can remember me standing there. I'd already gotten beaten up, I don't know, 5-6 times, and I can remember somebody urinated on me, and I said, "Thank you for not hurting me." And he just hauled off and punched me in the side of the head and knocked me out. I can remember leaving that party, and my dad was just kind of dragging me out of there. It was another instance, just like with Andy Biggs, where I got beaten to the point where, the room was spinning. I was nauseous, probably throwing up, maybe some broken bones, badly.
And how many perpetrators did you say again? 20 to 40? 25 to 40 perpetrators?
People that were there, yes. I would say probably 8 or 10 that just beat the absolute hell out of me. And some of them probably sexually assaulted me, but I can't remember. I can remember getting hurt, just getting beaten up and,
Was that before you tried to defend yourself from Trump or after? Do you remember?
That was after. That was as a punishment, if you want to call it that. What happened at that party was part of the punishment, and then I can remember them saying that this is the last of it when I had to go see Andy Biggs, but Andy Biggs almost fucking killed me. So I remember him to this day.
So when Andy Biggs almost killed you was after Trump as well?
Yes.
Okay.
After Andy Biggs was after Trump. The party that a whole bunch of people assaulted me was after that, and then the last one was Andy Biggs, and then I can remember my dad saying no more. I can remember him even kind of breaking down a little bit, like psychologically, because of just, I guess, the repeated watching me just get destroyed by people. You got to understand, it's not like boo-boos and Band-Aids. They were breaking ribs and really hurting me. I've got like a deformed rib cage to this day.
No, sounds like they were trying to torture you just to the point of death, to punish you and to send a message.
They tried over and over again to hint to me to get me to kill myself. Yeah. And I can remember thinking, there's no way I'm going to kill myself because that's what they want. So I kind of survived some of that just out of spite, to be honest with you. There's really no other way to put it, but I wasn't going to. I can remember hating my mom so much that I just did not want to give her the satisfaction.
Yeah.
She, as bad as my dad was, Mary Lynn Riley was even more evil. Her thing was sexually torturing me. So, and she enjoyed sexually torturing Samantha when they went and got her.
And Samantha was the runaway that Riley,
yes, the runaway
that William
she lived in a brothel, basically a house where they had 4 or 5 underage girls that they had scooped up from wherever they got them from, and they would use those girls at these parties. Well, at one time, they sent me to go be a part of that brothel. So that's when I made friends with Samantha, Patricia, and Sarah, and those are the only 3 that I can remember their names. But Sarah committed suicide, Samantha was tortured to death, and Patricia was the girl that got shot in the bed before Trump came in.
Did Patricia die?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Samantha, Patricia, and Sarah, and all 3 died.
Yes. Yes.
So Samantha was the runaway that was murdered by your adoptive parents.
Yes.
Patricia committed suicide. Sarah committed suicide, and Patricia was murdered in the bed before Trump came in. And then they threatened you and said to let Trump do whatever Trump wanted to do to you, or they would shoot you in the head as well.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
And I can remember them pointing the gun at me and saying, "We're going to kill you." And my dad protesting because he said, "If you shoot him, we're all going to go to jail." And he was really, I can remember him being distraught. Now he's a kind of a tough guy and, all of that sort of stuff. So that's what stood out to me was he was really scared because he knew that if they just shot me, that's not something he could explain to anybody. And he had gotten into so much trouble with trying to get rid of me already. But there's the Chevy van incident, there's the pool incident, and then there's the stairs incident. And all of those generated a police report. In addition to that, we went down to Panama City, Florida, to the beach, either Panama City or Destin. And they took me to a riptide area. I didn't know it was a riptide area. There were no other people on the beach. It was just us. But within like 100 yards, 150 yards, there's the regular beach where people were at. You know how they have the riptide zones. They don't want you out there, right, for obvious reasons. Well, they took me to one of these zones and had me, say, "Hey, come out here and play in the water and this and that." And for the first few minutes, it was just the 3 of us playing in water, and I'm just a kid, beach is awesome. So, at any rate, they go back in. I'm out there playing. Eventually, that current gets me, and I don't know how to swim at this point in my life. So it pulls me out, 100 feet maybe, and I'm bouncing up and down off the sandbar, just screaming my head off. Well, somebody that was on the regular beach, not in the riptide area, heard the screaming and came running from like 150 yards away, and right by my parents who were standing there. And he goes out there and gets me, fishes me out. By the time he comes back, he's nearly exhausted. And I can remember him and my dad nearly fighting. And at this point, there are other people that are coming, and, that scares the shit out of my dad. But there was another police report with that. And I know that police report followed us back up into Alabama because the sheriff came down there and talked to my dad in Alabama. So there was another investigation for sure. So all of those things had already happened, and my dad was terrified that if something happened to me, especially so close to all of these other things that all of these other investigations, he pretty much knew he was going to go to jail over it.
So there was at least the Chevy van incident, pool incident, stairs incident. There was police reports. How many police reports? About 3 or 4. And then
that that are just involved in trying to get rid of me. And then there were, in addition to those 4, there were 2 investigations. One for the porn, and then when we lived in the duplex and they were torturing that girl to death, Samantha. Our duplex neighbors there in Enterprise, Alabama, they called the police because they could hear, screams and beatings and stuff like that. And when they investigated, I can remember my dad saying, "Hey, talking about me is just, I had gotten in trouble and got a whipping or something. And they did an investigation. They collected blood samples and everything from the house, but the problem was they couldn't determine how long that blood had been there, I guess. And it wasn't a match to anybody in the house. So for whatever reason, they just didn't have enough. And I don't think they were allowed to talk to me. I think my dad would have had to give them permission for the investigators to interrogate me. So I don't recall ever giving testimony as a child. Not to the police in that instance or in the instance up in Tennessee.
Did you provide any testimony to the police in any of those 5 cases? Well, the one case with the military, with the child pornography, you.
I can remember the sheriff talking to me at the beach in Panama City, and I don't remember what all was said, but I can remember my dad tried to get out of there, and the guy that went and fished me out, my dad's a pretty big guy, and he could fight, but the guy that went and got me was he was a tank. So it wasn't something that he wanted to really get into a fight about over there. And people started coming in. So my parents, I can remember them trying to hug me and stuff. Oh my God, thank God. And I can remember the guy that fished me out that said, "There's no goddamn way." I heard that from 150 yards away, and you're standing there watching him, and you didn't hear it, And, they tried to play it off like, well, we just thought he was playing, swimming and stuff like that. And I can remember the sheriff asking, "Do you know how to swim?" And I said, "No, sir." And they were like, "Okay, this fucking sucks. There's no way that this is legitimate." And I can remember the sheriff in Alabama talking to my dad and saying, "There better not be anything that happens to him." He said, "Because I'm just going to go ahead and tell you, you're going to go to jail. I don't care." He said, "I'll make sure of it."
So they had a sense, but they didn't know. They didn't have enough of what they thought of as evidence to be able to do anything.
That's exactly right.
And that was the case with Samantha as well?
Yes.
And your dad wouldn't let them talk to you?
What's that?
And your dad wouldn't let the police officers talk to you? So
right.
That also seems weird.
Block that, he did. Huh?
It seems weird. I mean, I know in Canada is a bit different, like, in terms of, there would have been folks from Child Protection Services there, and they would have gotten you away from your adoptive fathers to talk to you. You wouldn't have gone through that sort of horror in Canada. I'm really sad that's what occurred.
At one point, CPS did take me, so I got into the foster care system, and ultimately, I'm just gonna. I was ungovernable, incorrigible, as at that point in my life. If you said something to me, I didn't necessarily. I didn't care who you were. I wasn't necessarily going to do that, and I might just hit you. Because that was just my response to life at that point. So eventually I made my way right back to that house. So I can tell you that throughout the process of trying to work with me, Jane Goodall was one of the people that worked with me. So I know that she is still alive. I think she's still alive. I think she's 91 now.
Yeah.
And she might recall having worked with me, because I would have been one of the strangest cases she ever had. Because at around that time frame, I had made the decision that I would no longer let anybody get within arm's reach of me. And if they did, I'd fight for my life. So, people had to stay away from me. I could talk. I mean, I wasn't like a feral animal, but I just would not allow people within my personal space anymore. And because of her work, with apes and everything, with gorillas, they kind of reached out to her to make contact with me to see if they could help me.
Yeah. And did you talk to Jane Goodall at all about what you'd experienced getting trafficked? I know when you and I spoke by email, messenger, you said was from during about 1978 to 1986 is what you remembered, 9 to 13, but you're not sure it could have been as early as 6 or 7 years old.
Right. Right. I don't really start remembering what was going on until about 10 or 11. And I just know that it happened before that. I can remember being sexually assaulted by family. That's some of my very first memories. So, but as far as taking me to other places and these parties and whatnot, I know that sort of thing was happening, but I just don't have a good enough recollection to really piece together much of a story.
So whether you were 6 or 7 years old or 10 or 11 years old with the parties? When you
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
I know family was assaulting me, and then friends of family were assaulting me as early as 6 or 7. I know that. Some of my very first memories are of being assaulted. But as far as taking me to places to make money at these parties, I don't have a clear recollection. It may have happened as early as the first sexual assaults that were happening with family. But I don't have a clear recollection if that was going on to that scale at that time, but do have a recollection from about 10 or 11.
Okay. So, how much?
I know it's
No, it's okay. I'm glad you and I are able to have such a thorough discussion, and I appreciate again how straightforward and forthright you are. You know, it's extremely important.
I mean, there's a part of me that just wants to point fingers in every direction, but I have really thought about, okay, what do I recall vividly enough that that I would put my hand on the Bible in a courtroom, raise my hand, and say, "Yep, that's the truth." And what I am as close to 100% certain that if you put me on a polygraph, it would come back just as perfect.
Yeah.
So there are other things that I could maybe point fingers at, but then it kind of gets into muddying the water because I don't really remember them that well.
Well,
So
I think
that's why I've just stuck.
Yeah, no, that's good, and I think what I'd like to do, like, we'll continue discussing a bit about what we're talking about now. The things that you're less sure of, I'd like to look at a second a conversation just entirely focused on what you're not sure of, just because I think there is some important information there, but I don't want to muddy the waters in terms of what we're speaking about now that you are willing to testify in a court of law about. So let's continue focusing about any of the details about what you're willing to swear to in a court of law. And then, then let's look at, I would maybe look at, say, a second discussion and any follow-on questions from this discussion. Or I might just look at getting everything transcribed. And I'm just going to look at it raw, because honestly, in terms of, there's obviously thousands and thousands of pieces of video footage, film that the FBI took that's all gone into some whoever's been trying to profit off of is nonsense. So what I'm looking at, I'm thinking even a combination, like just a brief summary from me, like a paragraph, and I'll even look at just publishing the raw audio file of our discussion with the text messages, because I think the context is really important. I think, especially because there's been so much collusion regarding copy editing of video footage, that, folks that are really that are genuinely wanting justice, for them to just hear the audio recordings and read the text messages is plain as day. Anybody that experiences an ounce of integrity will be able to discern the truth. And I think it's so important.
And I kind of wanted to discuss one other thing, too. One kind of theme at these parties that seemed to be very very well thought out is they would have a larger party in the beginning, right? And in these larger parties, you might have, say, a couple of fights or some drug use or things that were kind of, let's say, mildly illegal. But the parties would go on for multiple days, and as the thing wound down to the smaller inner circle and the last day or last 2 days or whatever, that's when the really horrible shit happened.
Mm-hmm.
So some of the people that attended the party, possibly even people like Clarence Thomas or Lindsey Graham, may have been involved in lesser things, but then were also at the same time and place where these more horrible things happened, but they didn't necessarily participate in those more horrible things. So that seemed to be an underlying theme of, and this is just me speculating here as an adult, where they would try to get these affluent people in all of these positions of power and influence to come participate in these parties where all of these things were going on, so that, if Clarence Thomas, I'll just use him, if he was there at the party, well, then surely nothing, that nefarious could be going on type of situations.
Yeah.
So it seemed to be very well thought out how they kind of did things. But as the party wound down, that's when people in my position would really begin to get scared, because that's when either we're going to get assaulted and maybe really busted up, or, even watching somebody die is really fucking horrible,
Did you see anyone else die besides Samantha and Patricia?
Yes.
Yes.
So I watched a grown man get beaten to death. He had done something that pissed off the people that were running it, and they killed him. I saw another girl, in addition to Patricia, when I was making the film with the girl, they came in and shot her while we were having sex. That was some sort of snuff film.
Yeah.
And then in the brothel, there were 2 people that got killed. Sarah killed herself, and then a girl, I don't remember her name, she was shot and killed, and then another girl was also shot and killed.
Okay. And all of these... No, go ahead.
Me and Samantha having to clean up. We didn't have to do anything with the body, but I can remember me and Samantha had to clean up the blood and everything from both Sarah's suicide, which was an assisted suicide. Samantha actually shot Sarah, but Sarah wanted her to do it. She just couldn't pull the trigger herself. So so Samantha did it. I was in the room when she did. But it wasn't a murder. Samantha didn't murder her. Sarah I can remember her just saying, I can't go to another party. I can't be here. Please,
Another of the victims, I don't know if you've read about, the British woman, Sarah Ransom, was on the Epstein Island and tried to swim off the island and was willing to drown than go through another torture.
I mean, it's some horrible, horrible shit.
Yeah.
And, I can remember the hillbillies that my dad sold me to when I was small. They were mean, but I can remember the meanest motherfuckers are those rich people. They are just demonic, Trump included. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to ask you some questions there again. So with the rich folks that you were sold to, that was all associated with the Epstein Trump trafficking ring. And you said to me you thought
yes.
Trump ran things with Epstein. Is that true?
Oh, yes. He was not just a client. He was one of the people that facilitated all that stuff. It was almost like, and this is just my childhood brain piecing it together, it was almost as if Epstein worked for Trump. And not just Trump, but him and maybe 6 or 8 other super rich guys. So
do you remember
Epstein ran it
Yeah.
at the behest of Trump and that circle of people. So it was just I couldn't tell you how many people, but he was the only one that I remember that was at that level. But it wasn't that Trump was a John visiting, Epstein's empire of child victims. It was Trump was in a position above Epstein. It was as if Epstein worked for Trump.
Yeah.
And the rest of those ultra rich guys.
Do you remember?
It's like he ran that ring for them.
No, I understand. So Jeffrey was sort of presented publicly as the ringleader of the pedophile ring, but Jeffrey was basically behaving like a general manager of the ring. And then there was 7 or 8 other individuals, such as Trump, that were actually actively running the ring, micromanaging, telling Jeffrey what to do.
He would give Epstein that caliber of person, because it wasn't just Epstein. Epstein had people that worked with him too on a lower level that would go like find runaways and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I don't know where they got the people. I can't say that, but it was this whole thing was being run as for those rich people.
Yeah. I want to ask some more questions in terms of your sense of like the demonic. Some of the advisor work I've done, some of my own specifics of law enforcement. I've come into contact, I've minimized any content with, I'm familiar with a lot of really horrific horror stories that involve Satanists, occult practitioners, theistic Satanists. I've spoken to folks that were able to get out of the theistic Satanist cults. A lot of the torture techniques you describe are similar to theistic Satanist torture techniques, sexual torture, human trafficking, human cannibalism, and what I want to, what's your sense in terms of these parties that what do you remember? Like, was there any overt? I know a lot of the attendees presented themselves as Christians, but their practices are full-blown demonic satanic. Do you have the sense that any of them were actually secretly practicing any sort of occult rituals, or were they just like rich, fiendish, fake Christians that just didn't experience a conscience?
I think it's the latter. Just rich, fake Christians. I can tell you one thing specifically that Trump did, and that I remember vividly. I was exhausted. I couldn't fight back, and he sat on my chest and would choke me until I was unconscious. And each time that he did it, he'd say, "I'm going to kill you." So, and then he would choke me until I was out. And, he did that, half a dozen times or however many times. And I can remember him saying, "I thought I killed you that time. I'm really going to do it this time," and then choke me again. So he would just do that over and over again until he got bored of it. So
did you get the sense that he was trying to kill you, or just to torture you about the thought of killing you?
In the moment, you think you're going to die.
Yeah.
And that's the experience that he wants to see the fear in another human being's eyes that thinks that he's killing him,
Yeah.
But looking back, I just think he was just torturing me. I think if had he wanted to kill me, he could have. He could have just kept choking me until I was gone. Because I did get choked until I was unconscious. I don't know, as many as half a dozen times, maybe more.
Yeah.
So that's the type of thing that he would do, or worse. I believe, I wouldn't swear to this, but I believe that on that instance, my dad had told him, hey, you can't bust him up. You can't break stuff. Because all his CPS bullshit.
Yeah.
So, and I want to say he was upset at the end of that too because of the bruising. They didn't break bones or anything. But, obviously I had bruising around my neck and different bruises on my body. And that's something else too that I'm just remembering right now as I'm talking to you. At least one instance, the school nurse got CPS involved, I believe, in both Tennessee and Alabama because of the bruises that I showed up to school with.
Yeah.
And of course, my parents just said, hey, he's clumsy, he fell out of a treehouse or whatever excuse they gave, but it was looked into, but obviously nothing materialized from it.
Okay. So, let me see. Can I call you back in about 10 minutes?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. I just want to make sure I've got the recording set. I want to get into a file folder and get some duplicates, and then I'll call you back, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
Talk to you in a minute. Bye-bye. Board.
Okay.
Oh, I'm just checking here.
So to kind of recap what we were just talking about, one of the first memories that seared itself into my consciousness because of being what I perceived as a threat as a child was watching Donald Trump kill a litter of puppies. He did it in a variety of ways. As I stood there, they made me stand there, and he would harm or kill the puppy and then look to see what my reaction was. And in my child's brain, that registered because I viewed him as somebody more dangerous than my parents, and I knew that they would hurt me. So in my ability to reason, my reasoning was if they were worse people than my parents, that they were somebody that might kill me. So that is why he was so. That's why I most of the stuff I just tried to forget. But with him, with Andy, and with Jim, I remembered them because the truth is they scared me.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to summarize a bit about what we had discussed that wasn't recorded. So with Trump, when Trump murdered the puppies and forced you to watch, you were 8 or 9 years old. That was your first remembrance of Trump. And had Trump sexually assaulted and tortured you already?
Maybe, but I don't recall. I think what happened, and I'm relatively certain, but I think that was the precursor to him sexually assaulting me.
So
I think that was in an effort to make the experience as brutal as possible for me. That was the same kind of MO that was used with Patricia later on.
Mm-hmm.
So it seemed to be that he would use his imagination as such to try to figure out what ways would be the most traumatic to make the most traumatic experience to destroy somebody, kind of traumatize somebody to the maximum potential possible.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the first template of that was watching him kill those puppies. And then the next higher order of that, and I couldn't tell you exactly how much time passed between, but I would say likely a couple of years or at least a year later, before the instance with Patricia.
Okay. And the incident with Patricia
And
was
and
when...
at that point,
Yeah.
I had already, in my mind, I had already thought there's no way I'm going to live through this anyway. They're just going to torture me to death anyway. So I might as well do everything I can to fight back.
Okay. And so with the incident with Patricia, then recapping, they told you to go into another room with Patricia. There was film? They were filming?
No.
There wasn't filming in such a case?
What happened with me and Patricia, my dad, before we got to the party, said, hey, there may be somebody you know. I had been trafficked with her previously.
Yeah.
But she and I were as close to being friends as you could be. We were, in the same boat as far as, our station in life. So we had kind of become friends, and she ran up to me, and I can remember she's saying, hey, come go with me. And I said, I can't. And my dad said, no, it's okay. You guys go off and have fun. And I said, what do you mean? And he said, you can go just have fun. You're an adult now. And I can remember thinking in my mind, I was wondering, what happens next? And the only thing that I knew of really of being an adult was my dad. And I knew that he didn't go to these parties and get assaulted. So in my mind, I thought, well, maybe that part of my life is over. But anyway, we left. We wound up going into the farmhouse. We went into the room not at the behest of anybody else. She wanted to have sex with me because she knew I wouldn't hurt her.
Mm-hmm.
I believe, I wouldn't swear to this part, but I am relatively certain she and I had already made some movies together, off, not at the farm, but at a shoot. But I didn't have sex in a way that brutalized people, because I kind of knew how that felt. So it was a matter of her kind of choosing somebody to try to go have sex with. So she wouldn't be placing her life in danger by having sex with one of these rich guys. So we went in and started having sex. This was not in front of anybody. It wasn't filmed that I know of. It was just, we kind of, if we were going to have the opportunity to go have sex with somebody, we were going to go have sex with each other, because that, in that instance, neither of us would get hurt. Mm-hmm. But while we were in that room, after some period of time, the people at that party busted in, 6, 5, 6, 8 maybe people, big people, adults. At least one of them had a gun. I think 3 or 4 of them had a gun, to be honest with you. But then they assaulted her with me at gunpoint, and then they killed her in front of me. Mm-hmm. And said, that's what's going to happen to you if you don't do everything the next person that walks in this room what they want.
Do you think they knew Trump was going to walk in the room? Do you think they had premeditated that Trump would walk in the room next?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that was just part of the experience for him, to traumatize me. And for all I know, he was watching through a crack in the wall. I don't know about that.
So like an escalation from the puppies.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah. Trump would traumatize you first and then sexually assault you. There was the incident when yes. Trump murdered the puppies and forced you to watch. And then the incident when Trump had Patricia killed.
Yes.
Okay. And then that's the incident with Patricia we spoke about, where Trump assaulted you, tortured you, and then Trump wanted you to engage in sex with Trump, and you found the tent peg and got a condom on, and then inserted the condom in Trump's anus,
and kicked it as hard as I could.
And kicked as hard as you could. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And my plan was to continue hurting him to death, but as soon as I did that, he started screaming, and those same people busted back in. So,
and then what occurred?
My dad was at that party, obviously not in that room. It was just these other people, but we did not get assaulted or anything at that party. They didn't know what to do at that point. So we left. We didn't get beat up. I didn't get further assaulted by anyone, but some period of time passed, a week, 2 weeks, 6 weeks. I couldn't tell you how much time, but I can remember my dad saying, "We've got to go face the music." So, I can remember him talking to me like I had done something wrong. He said, "You can't do that to the rich people. You're going to get beat up," is basically what he said. He said, "You've been beat up before. It's going to be just like that. You'll be okay." But I can remember him saying, "You can't fight back or they'll kill us both."
Mm-hmm. And that's when you were taken to the farm, and then 6 or 8, maybe 10 different groups assaulted and tortured you.
This is like, it was at least 3 or 4 or 5 people at a time in these groups, because I think by that point I had done what I did to Trump. They knew that I was kind of in a homicidal type of rage, so they made sure to have enough people that they felt safe, because also my dad could fight too, and he was there.
Mm-hmm.
So they had, in each of these little groups, they had enough that they felt that I'm sure that they could overpower both me and my dad, because my dad's no slouch either. I could fight like a little Wolverine even as a child because of how I came up. Well, he was a bare-knuckle boxer and a tough man type of dude, so he could fight too. But it was like they took us from station to station, to I don't know, just to increase the horror of it, I guess. I really
premeditated. Seems like premeditated.
Yeah.
Like,
well,
what I know of Trump is that Trump would attempt to premeditatedly stage such a scene to terrorize you retaliatorily.
Yes.
So
he wasn't there at that. I would assume that it was a close enough time frame that he was still recovering.
Yeah.
But I can remember that even my dad having the conversation with the people, because of the level that they had kind of taken it to get me to that homicidal rage. I remember my dad arguing that it was unreasonable. He said, this is just what happens when you push somebody far enough,
So then
an argument.
So then they took you to different locations, several groups at a time, tortured and assaulted you sexually, and then at one point you said they hosed you off with a garden hose. And what did they say again to your dad? That you were dirty and to hose you off?
They just said that, they said he's disgusting. Just take a garden hose to him or something. And somebody went inside the house and got a bar of soap. And I remember they threw it at me and hit me in the head, and that they all thought that was funny. And I was struggling because I had to get the soap from the ground. And I can remember being hit to the point where I was just having trouble grasping the soap. Not just from a standpoint of like being able to see it, but like from the coordination aspect of it.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I'd been hit in the head and body and everything so much that I even had difficulty in getting the soap. So they made me like take a shower while they stood there with the garden hose just hosing me off. And I can remember getting really cold from that. But then it wasn't over. That would have been about the halfway point.
And you said it was sexual assault followed by beatings in all of those cases.
Yes. Some people didn't even want to sexually assault me. Some people just wanted to beat the hell out of me. So not all of them, they got to do whatever they wanted, but with all of the different people, it included some sort of physical and sexual assault, or just the physical. There weren't any instances of just sexual assault. It was around causing damage to me, and towards the end of it, I can remember my dad saying he can't take anymore. He's going to die.
Yeah.
And, at that point, he had, drugged me, because I couldn't walk or anything, to one of the groups. And they said, if he can't take any more, it's not over with. You're going to have to take the rest of it. And he said, fine, because I'm going to go to jail to kill him. So they beat the absolute hell out of him, too.
Okay.
But I can remember my dad kind of carried me away from the last, group of people, and I think he had to change clothes or something for me, and it took a while, 30 minutes or something, but I finally got sure enough I could breathe and everything, to where I walked out of there with help.
And then is that when they took you to Andy Biggs? Or Andy Biggs tortured and raped you?
Not immediately thereafter, but another week or two passed, or maybe a month, week, two, whatever. I was healed as far as my most of my bruises and stuff like that from the first farm incident by the time I went to Andy Biggs. And of the physical assaults, it was the worst. He kept beating me until my ribs were broken. I was turning blue, convulsing. If you get beaten enough, as you try to breathe, you just kind of click. I can't describe it any other way than that. It's not even a wheezing or anything, but your diaphragm or something locks up and you just start clicking. Some people call that the death rattle.
Yeah.
But that's the point to which he beat me, to where when I would try to breathe, my chest would just make this clicking noise. I don't know how to describe it. No,
you described that extremely, extremely clearly. Like I say, I appreciate your forthrightness. Now, you and I had spoken, and you said that your dad told you that after the incident with Andy Biggs, that your dad said that Trump and Trump's associates said that whatever debt they thought you owed because you fought back against Trump, that the debt was paid, and the debt was you getting raped and beaten brutally by all those individuals, including Andy Biggs.
Yes.
And then you said that you don't recall attending any more parties after that, and you weren't sure if it was because they thought you aged out because you were 12 or 13, or whether they just thought you were too much of a hassle, like they could get caught.
I think all of that came into play, yes.
Or they might wanted to behave vindictive towards your dad about whatever money your dad was earning. Do you think that?
I couldn't speak to any of that part of it. I'm not even sure the financial arrangements or anything like that. Yeah. I can remember that when they sent me to the brothel, that they were upset that they didn't make more money. And then I can remember Lynn being absolutely furious because they were going to get this big payday from doing the child porn in Tennessee, but they wound up losing money on the deal because they got stiffed by whoever bought the film when it was done, and they had to spend, I think, some money on a lawyer, so it was a net loss for them.
Mm-hmm.
It was something to do with the film wasn't as long as what they agreed to pay money for, so they didn't make as much, and
But the films,
I just remember them being upset.
Okay. And the filming, most of the filming, the parties was all associated with Trump and the Trump Epstein Ghislaine pedophile ring. Different layers of parties.
Yeah, but it's a whole bunch of people. It's just that from my childhood perspective, what I saw, or what I thought that I saw, was he was the big boss. Donald Trump was the big boss, and then Epstein was like you said, like the manager or something. And then you had lower level people like my dad that kind of went out and found girls or coordinated, at the ground level of things.
Yeah. So in terms of
even Epstein himself, he just sought out people like my dad that would sell, their adopted child, their actual child, or whatever. So those are the different layers of people.
Yeah. But that Trump was involved in a lot of the planning, micromanaging, filming.
Certainly the payouts.
Yeah.
Because I know that when I was offered to Trump, the excitement that was in the house from Lynn, particularly, was that this is going to be the big payday. We have made it up to the highest level of this thing, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Because they would sell me at a lower level to people that they knew. Not this is outside of the parties, but obviously they don't have the type of money that these rich folks have, so that wasn't really a big payday, and they were nervous about taking that kind of money because they were accepting this large amount of risk for really little amount of reward, and they were excited to make it to the level of Donald Trump, because I think the payday that they were supposed to get was $25,000.
Mm-hmm.
It may have been another sum, but that's just the sum that I remember, and that may not sound like a lot, especially today, but for our less standard of living, that would have been a fairly sizable chunk of money.
Mm-hmm. And we spoke about, in terms of the years, when you were about 9 to 10 years old, maybe 8 years old, until about 13. Mm-hmm. And most of the parties, there were only 3 or 4 kids there. Sometimes only you.
Yes.
And it was sort of the different.
Always have, they would almost always have at least one girl there. So I'm sure that the mentality of that would be, to have a boy or a girl to choose from. And there may have been children at these parties that were in attendance that I just didn't see. Yeah. Because I was being abused, in like a bedroom of the farmhouse or some other location, and there could have been more people there. I can't really say exactly that. Mm-hmm. You get kind of just from a standpoint of the experience, you very much just kind of lock onto your surroundings to try to stay alive. You're looking at the person that you're having this encounter with, anything that you could potentially use for a weapon, escape paths and stuff like that. Very much you're in survival mode. So you tend to hyper-focus on just what's immediately around you. So there may have been additional things going on, but I really wasn't paying attention to those.
Okay, and we spoke about the average age was like 9 or 10 years old in some cases. Layers of parties.
Adult prostitutes were there too. Yeah. So the younger end is 9, 10, all the way up to, young ladies, 17, 18, 19, 20-year-olds,
And did you ever see Andy Biggs sexually assault and torture anyone else? Or you?
No.
No.
Not that I can recall, no.
And what about Jim Jordan?
No. I remember him from that one instance. I'm not saying that he wasn't at additional, but I only remember him at the one. And I can remember a bunch of people being there, but to be honest with you, the rest of them just kind of melded together. Just a bunch of adults, kind of a crowd of people. The ones that I focused on, the ones that I remember, are the ones that seared into my brain that this this person could kill me next time.
Yeah.
So I need to remember this type of deal, and that's those three.
Yeah. And then Trump during all those years. Now, did you ever see Clarence Thomas more than once, or Lindsey Graham?
I could have, but I only remembered Lindsey because his mannerisms, particularly when he's not in the public spotlight, are very effeminate.
Yeah.
So that stood out to me, and Clarence stood out to me, and I only remember seeing them at one of those parties before anything happened. So I'm not saying that they were necessarily involved in abuse. They could have been. They could have even been involved in abuse that included me. I just can't swear to that. But he stood out because of his mannerisms being so effeminate. I believe the people that I was around, my dad and whoever he was talking to at the time, joking and laughing about those mannerisms. And then I remember Clarence because he's a black man. Not only is he a black man, but he's kind of a dark-skinned black man. So in that group of people, he stood out a lot because he was the only black guy there.
Okay. And then in terms of, we talked about transportation, plane, airplane, helicopter, automobile. You said there was usually there weren't a lot of folks on the plane, maybe sometimes 3 or 4 other kids, sometimes just you, with
Right.
whichever adults on
Right.
the plane. When,
Yes.
with the snuff movies, were any of those shot on the farm that you remember? Or those were, you said, were at different locations?
Those were at different locations.
And how many folks
Other
did you see
than-
killed in the snuff movies that you saw filmed?
That was filmed?
Yeah.
For sure, 100%. I only remember that one.
Yeah.
Now, if they filmed Patricia being shot, that would be 2.
Okay.
But the other one was on like what you would think of as a movie set.
Yeah.
Probably just a warehouse, somebody's basement. I couldn't tell you the location, but it wasn't just a handheld VHS camcorder. It was something on a tripod with lights and things like that. And we were having sex, and somebody walked in and just shot her in the head, and I don't remember her name.
So it was a similar MO as with Patricia.
Yes, but there was no additional assault to me afterwards. But
Okay.
yes, it was similar to what happened there. Other than with Patricia, they busted in. It was however many of them there was, about half a dozen. And I had to stand there and watch, kind of like I had to with the puppies, while they abused her first and then shot her.
Did Patricia say anything to you before Patricia was shot? Do you remember anything? Did Patricia say anything all during the assault?
I can remember her asking to just die. Please just kill me. And I can remember telling Patricia, because this is what Samantha had said to Sarah before Samantha shot her, was, "You're going to come be with me now. I love you." And then she shot her. So I said the same thing to Patricia.
Mm-hmm.
And then they shot her.
There really aren't any English language words that convey, I'm glad that you found each other, that you found some way that you could find some sort of friendship in such harrowing circumstances. I'm so sad, but I don't.
She was just a sweet little girl, and that's what these people are. And this world just does not need that.
Yeah. Do you have a sense that Trump and those perpetrators would specifically try to look for children they thought were really innocent to torture?
Oh
Like the
yeah.
puppies?
Oh yeah. That
Like the more innocent, they wanted to torture them
yes.
more?
Yes. It was about the experience to them didn't seem to be all that sexual in nature. It was about taking a bright little energetic youth and then just destroying that person. Even if not physically necessarily, but psychologically and emotionally, like to the point where they just really were like traumatized for life.
Mm-hmm.
That was what they seemed to enjoy doing.
Yeah.
And my mother, Mary Lynn Riley, was of the exact same personality flaws that those rich people were. And as bad as my dad is, and as far as human beings go, I would say that he's just about a failure in every way. He wasn't even that bad. There was just some semblance of conscience with him. Like, I can remember at that party, him just about breaking down into tears because it was affecting him emotionally to see me take that level of punishment or abuse or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So Lynn was a type of person. She would have smiled and laughed and had a really good time. That's who she was. And that's who Donald Trump is. And that's who Andy Dick is. Those three are like the last level of human as far as depravity goes. I mean, there's nothing in the way of watching another person suffer that they didn't seem to enjoy. It would be the best way to put it.
So it would be similar sort of psychopathy as John Wayne Gacy. Trump.
Yeah. Yeah. If
even worse.
I can remember Samantha was the first and maybe only person that Lynn got to kill, and I remember her being upset that she didn't get to be the one to kill her. And that's the last part of what they used as leverage against me. And they had damaged her to the point where she was probably going to die anyway. But Samantha asked me, they threw her in the room, they had cut off one of her toes. She was not in a good way. I think that maybe they had broken her arm. But she was suffering, and she asked me to choke her to death. And I did. And they used that, my parents used that as leverage against me for a period of time, telling me that I was the only one guilty of murder. So in my childhood brain, I thought that made sense, but I just did for Sammy what Sammy kind of did for Sarah.
That's how you were looking at. Okay, so let's just recap, because that's important. I don't want that to get misconstrued. So Samantha, okay. Sarah, Patricia. Which one was African American again? Samantha. So Samantha was African American, yes. And you were all tortured and trafficked by Trump and the Trump Epstein pedophile ring.
Yeah.
Brutally tortured. When Sarah was going to commit suicide, Sarah was afraid to pull the trigger, and Samantha pulled the trigger, and so that Samantha could die, because Samantha was afraid to commit suicide. Sarah asked Samantha to pull the trigger. And then when your parents...
I was in the room. Yeah. Sarah had asked for me to be in the room too, because she wanted... we cared about each other. Me, Sarah, Samantha, and Patricia were all just like... We kind of, Three Musketeers or whatever, we kind of stuck with each other because we did the best we could to look out for one another. But she wanted me to be in the room too because she wanted to die around the people that she loved. And at that point, it was just me and Samantha. I don't.
And was that at the brothel again? Or what was the location? Yes. Yeah, okay.
That was at the brothel.
Okay, and so that's when Sarah died. And then they had to clean up clean up.
Yeah, the adults came in and took Sarah's body, but I remember Samantha and I had to use the cleaner solutions and clean up all the blood and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. And then when Marie Lynn and William Kyle tortured Samantha almost to death, Samantha was going to die, and then Samantha asked you to kill Samantha, similar that Sarah asked Samantha to kill Sarah.
She showed me how to choke her, and I did.
What else did she say?
Samantha?
Yeah.
She just made me.
She said to save her?
She made me promise to live life for both of them. She made me promise that I would get through it.
What do you think Marie Lynn and William would have done to Samantha if Samantha hadn't have died?
They just would have kept beating on her until she was dead.
So
they tortured her for a couple of weeks, probably.
A couple of weeks. So they tortured Samantha during a couple of weeks. And then Samantha asked you to kill Samantha because Samantha didn't want to die getting tortured by William Kyle and Marie Lynn. And
she said, I can't go back in there.
Yeah.
I can't do it again.
Yeah.
Because they had us locked in like a little storage room.
Yeah.
And they would pull us out one at a time and torture us and then throw us back in there together. And that last day, they threw her back in there at night. And I can remember we stayed up almost all night talking. I can remember when daybreak hit, she said, you've got to do it. I can't. Basically, she could not face them again, and she knew that shortly after sunrise, my parents would be up.
Yeah.
So, and when I filed the police report, I told them that same thing. So, that the police report that was never followed up.
So when
I did that in Lawton, Oklahoma.
In Oklahoma. And so when you talked to the police, you said Samantha had asked you to kill Samantha because Samantha couldn't bear getting tortured by your parents anymore. And you told the police, and the police never followed up in Oklahoma.
I filled out a whole report. It was recorded. I gave them the exact same story I'm telling you, and I never heard back from them. And I don't know why. I don't know how deep they dug. I don't know why that investigation stalled, but at the conclusion of that, I felt as though law enforcement was not somebody that would do anything. Because I know that the investigations have to be somewhere.
Yeah.
My parents were investigated over and over and over again, particularly my dad, in 3 different states.
Seems like there was
Four different states, because Texas, Tennessee, Alabama, and they tried to kill me in Florida. There was another investigation in Florida that followed them back to Alabama.
Yeah.
So,
I have a question for you.
There's no way. Yes.
This is specific regarding with Trump again, and I think it might help in terms of sort of just establishing something. When you kicked the tent peg into Trump's anus, you said it tore Trump's backside open, anus open.
Yes.
There's a lot of gossip, discussion about Donald Trump's being incontinent since several years ago. I remember some folks that worked on the television series The Apprentice, they said Donald Trump had to wear diapers. And that...
I would bet. it's because I ripped him open.
That's what my sense is that some of the gossip has been, oh, Trump had used Adderall, Trump was incontinent because of drug use. But I'm wondering, and I do know that the truth, if that's actually the reason Trump wears diapers is a significant part. Do you remember?
I think.
I mean, can you describe what the injuries look like? Do you remember enough to describe?
I remember the scream that he let out when I kicked him. And I remember backing away, and it was, I can't remember exactly what it looked like, but it wasn't just that he was hurt. He started, while he was screaming, like his entire body was in almost like a horseshoe, where he was just vibrating or convulsing while he was just screaming at I remember his reaction being so loud that it scared me, and I kind of backed away. But what the injury itself looked like, I can't really describe that, because in my mind, I thought that he was going to die after. Mm-hmm. So I got as far away as I could, like in the corner. And as he's just, the scream that he let out, I can remember that. Yeah, just like a banshee. Mm-hmm. And then those people came in there, obviously knowing something was up. They pointed a gun at me. Anyway, they didn't beat me. They didn't do anything like that. They just scooped him up, got him out of there. And then they tried to figure out what had happened. And I know at one point I was just there with a couple of guys holding a gun on me. And there was some discussion. My dad was brought in. And they just let us go for that day. Mm-hmm. Nobody harmed us that day, because they didn't really know how they were going to handle it. They didn't know if Trump was going to die. He was fucked up. I mean, no doubt. That's something that left a scar. There is no doubt in my mind that left a permanent scar on him. Mm-hmm. So, and as far as if it's possible that that's the reason that he's incontinent today, it's very, very much so. It wasn't it wasn't a minor injury by any stretch of the imagination. It was my best effort to kill him in the most horrible way that I could possibly do it. I just happened to fail.
Well, you were 12, and you'd just seen Patricia tortured and raped and murdered. Trump premeditated the murder of Patricia to torture you, and then Trump tortured you. It's extreme circumstances. You experienced understandable rage at injustice, the most depraved sort of injustice.
And as much as I am able to corroborate, I wish somebody would just offer my dad a deal, because he knows all of it. It would be worth him not going to jail, as far as I'm concerned, just to blow this whole thing open, because as bad as my dad is, any malice that I might have towards him is superseded by the fact that the whole of the organization is even worse.
Mm. Yeah.
But that's just me talking to you. I mean, I understand you're not in that position. I'm not in that position, but that's just, I wonder how many other people are out there that are just like my dad. My dad was kind of like a recruiter, maybe. I think he would go out and find runaways, but I can't say where those people got all of the other people. I know that I don't know where Sarah came from. I know Samantha came from an abusive household, and she ran away when she was 12 or 13. Lived on the streets for a while, and then wound up in that brothel, and then wound up getting used in that whole ring. And Patricia had been in some similar circumstance where I think that she was adopted and used kind of like I was, but then she wound up on the street too, another runaway. But I don't know Sarah's background. I don't remember it.
I think your dad was probably one of similar sort of recruiters they might have used in different locations, or in terms of the core group of like those specific torture parties, they might have tried to keep a quite tight rein on things.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you want to talk about right now? I mean, I think
I have shared the bulk of what I remember vividly.
Okay.
Sometimes another detail or something will pop up into my head. But and I've spent years kind of trying to dissect all of this, and over the number of years, about the last 10 years, I've been just peeling back layer after layer of this. And as far as what I remember clearly, this is pretty much it. Like I say, there were other instances of assaults, but I can't tell you who did what, when, or where. And I can't place it to a specific individual outside of, both of my parents assaulted me. Some of the other family members assaulted me. I can remember that. But as far as anybody of any importance, those 5 names that I've given are the only ones. The 2 that were there, and then the 3, Andy, Jim, and Donald Trump. But there were other people at those parties, and those people were important. I just can't point a finger at them and say for sure.
Yeah, don't
that person.
Don't worry about that at all right now. There's what I'm going to do is,
to be honest with you, seeing Clarence Thomas there really stood out. But what cements that into my brain was the celebration that my dad had when he got confirmed onto the Supreme Court. How excited he was to have a person as high as the Supreme Court that was involved in all of it as sort of a buffer.
Yeah.
So, could potentially John Roberts or Justice Alito, one of those guys, been there? Potentially. I don't know, but I can remember specifically how excited he was that, this is a person in about the highest position possible. And I remember him saying that that's a lifetime appointment. So,
do you remember,
for what that's worth?
No, that's important. That's significant. Do you remember any female attendees at those parties? Adult females?
Yes, but it was not very common. Lynn went to one at least, and they were rare. Most of the women that were at these parties were escorts or children. So there were some adult escorts at some of the parties for sure, and then there were possibly, before it got down to the smaller group of people at the end where they really did the more brutal, more heinous stuff, that was always just a bunch of men. I can't remember women being in a smaller circle other than other people being trafficked. I can't remember any women being there.
besides Trump, could you identify any of the rest of the men, of those 8 to 10 men that were always in the core torture group? If you saw their
No.
photos?
He would be the only one that I could clearly say that this person. The rest of them, I didn't think they were going to kill me.
Yeah.
So they just kind of go into the memory bank of just something else bad, and the only ones that I remember are the ones that I thought were dangerous, and then Clarence because he's black, and then Lindsay just because of his mannerisms. Mm-hmm. And I remember more. I remember seeing him and observing his mannerisms. What I remember even more is my dad and whoever he was with at the time kind of joking about those mannerisms. I can even remember somebody telling my dad to be careful because there were a lot of people at that party that were gay. So if he got caught like making fun of a rich person that was gay or at least had the mannerisms and demeanor of a gay person, that it might cause my dad problems. You know, So it was kind of, we can kind of laugh and joke about this a little bit here, but you better be careful what you say around other people because a lot of these people are gay or at least have bisexual tendencies, and they may take offense to that. And these are people that my dad was not in a position to offend. Mm-hmm. They, you know.
Okay. Well, what I'm going to do, I'm going to get this recording here, this second recording, and backups and so on. And then I'm just going to spend the rest of Saturday fairly quiet, doing some peaceful things, which I highly suggest you do as well. Just whatever you like to do that you experience some joy about. I'm going to do some
yard work.
There you go.
If it's not too hot outside, it was pretty hot yesterday, but that's kind of what that's my meditation, that or the gym, and I can't go to the gym today.
Yeah, spend some time outdoors.
I have a set schedule.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then what I'll do, like I said already, I'd like to just get the text messages we've got and the recordings, and I'm just going to figure out in terms of, there's 2 recordings now, and I'm just going to figure out whether I might just upload to a specific drive, and then I've got to look at just some of in terms of the logistics with the recordings. Like I said, I'd like to just post them raw with a brief summary, and a totally different context. But a long time ago, I was speaking to some folks who are at NASA about climate crisis related, and one of the women that I know at NASA was talking about all the data they were seeing, and there was so much politicization of the data that Lynn was concerned that, it was going to be a huge negative impact. Lynn's perspective in terms of climate crisis was, in terms of survival of the human species. And we'd had some discussion about posting all of these data from all these different locations, the North Koreans, NORAD, just so everybody could look at the data and they'd be like, holy Christ, what the heck is going on? And then it's like a bit more simple to try to get folks of different opinions, belief systems, to behave more unified. So slightly, obviously what we're discussing is quite different, but what's similar is, the truth is being suppressed. And
very much so. It all comes back to greed, and these people have this defect in their soul or personality or whatever you want to say, and they're denying the climate crisis for the sake of money, and they're denying the pedophile ring because the rich people that are involved in it want it to continue.
Yeah.
it's just a level of corruption that seems to permeate, I don't know, in almost every direction. It's not everybody who is corrupt, or most certainly the average person, I would think, would be very much against all of this, but not enough people in key positions to prevent it from happening. And that's...
Yeah.
And, to be honest with you, to some degree, it feels like the Democrats are just part of theater. Joe Biden had 4 years to kind of do some things, and it seemed like as far as policy went, it seemed like some things were going in the right direction. But where was the urgency with the guy that tried to incite a coup?
Well,
it almost feels like they're just playing almost all feels performative.
No, I understand. I think
this
Joe
side and that side.
Yeah, I think Joe Biden was trying to do the right thing, and there's obviously a lot of folks, Republicans, that are involved in the pedophile ring and have compromise against them, and perhaps some Democrats. And I think it's one of those situations where, if Biden had more information, there's a lot more Biden would have done. So there's obviously been some collusion about the information that everyone's getting, and I think what you were talking about in terms of the parties and how the parties seem to be presented, folks that were engaged in some level of criminal behavior, but wasn't the extreme criminal behavior of those that were torturing and murdering kids. And so they were all trying to play it off against them all. So all these different folks had compromise, say, on drug use or some sex acts they didn't want publicized, but they didn't know about the torturing. So a lot of collusion, but there are decent folks, and there are decent folks that are trying to do the right thing. And I'll get these audio files, I'll get them looked at, I'll get them uploaded, I'll write a little summary. I'm sort of simmering about, just some of the logistics in terms of the file size, the right location, where I'm comfortable with the files being. And I'm, like I say, I've already looked in terms of some contacts at the Hague. One of the things with the Hague is the United States isn't part of the international, the criminal court system anymore. But I know how it can still be presented because it is international security issue, considering Trump's wreaking this sort of havoc. Now, Trump's attempting to wreak havoc on all sorts of folks in all sorts of countries regarding tariffs and all sorts of nonsense. And is it the exact MO you described with the puppies and with Patricia? So
he does seem to enjoy watching the act of suffering play out.
Yeah.
In almost any venue that he has any part of.
Yeah, and now with immigrations and detentions, disappearances in the United States, again, it's similar.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I just if Trump does one thing that's good for this country, it will be by being such a putrid human being, he will maybe expose much of the corruption around him. And that is my only hope for him. Other than that, he serves no positive purpose to mankind.
Yeah.
But if his level of malfeasance somehow segues into the exposing of the misdeeds of some really bad people around him, that'll be the only good thing he's ever done.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion, but
yeah,
I have watched this presidency closer than any other because of my past. And good God, everything he touches turns to shit.
Yeah.
And it seems to be that he turns it to shit in the most callous and horrible way possible for as many people as he can make it that way.
Yeah.
It's incredible to me that so many people are on board with the suffering of others, and it seems to be the almost the selling point.
Yeah.
You know, I can remember discussing with somebody the other day, I don't care if somebody's here legally or illegally. At the end of the day, that's still a human being that we're talking about. Now, if this person has gone and murdered people or done something like that, well, then they should answer for it. But every person deserves due process. Every person. And that's the way the Constitution is written. That was the one thing that all 9 Supreme Court justices even agreed on. Mm-hmm. Is that everybody should get due process.
Yeah.
And so the fact that he is denying people that and trying to convince the masses that certain people do not deserve due process is just alarming to a degree that it actually is shocking to me that it isn't a line in the sand for everybody. I don't understand the reasoning behind some people thinking that because your skin's brown, you don't deserve due process, or because you crossed the border here, which is essentially a civil matter, a speeding ticket type of violation, you know, that somehow now that person deserves to suffer to death.
On such a subject, something that I'm simmering with in terms of timing of publishing the files, you know, there's, on one hand, I want to publish sooner than later. But one of my siblings is traveling to the United States this week, and I told her not to travel. I said it was quite urgent not to travel. And she just hasn't read a lot of information. Yeah, I know. And so what I'm thinking, what I'm looking at in terms of logistics, especially since we've, you know, our discussion today, I need to confirm when my sister's traveling and her husband, when they're back in Canada. And I would want to make sure they're back in Canada before I post the audio file, just in case. I don't
blame you.
You know, because I just don't. I mean, it's one of those things, you know, I want to make sure you're in a safe location. I want to, I have a friend who's retired. He's American. He's worked as a defense attorney, but he lives in Canada now at least half the year, and he hates Trump. And I got a call into him. He was a defense attorney in the United States, and I want to run through some things with him, see if he has some suggestions just in terms of preparation, in terms of, you know, so we're okay. So if there's a deluge of press, maybe folks will ignore, maybe there'll be a bunch of press contacts. I just want to make sure there's a bit in terms of preparation there. So, but it is really urgent, I know, sooner than later. So let's just you know, go step by step.
Okay. Absolutely. I'll look forward to hearing back from you.
Yeah, and
there is one other entity that is right now going through some flight logs, and I think they're going to schedule talking to me tomorrow. I think it was the day that they had. So they are looking for my name and my dad's name in different itineraries to try to piece it together from a different angle.
Yeah, and who are the folks you're speaking to there?
There, I have the name on there. I don't have it on the top of my head. Hold on. I sent them an email. Let me look at my email. The Crustian Daily ICE list.
Okay, that's right. So they're looking through there. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. When you speak to them, maybe just tell them that. Don't mention my name, but just say you're speaking to someone that's helping them with. That's helping you in terms of court-related, affidavit-related, and that I'm planning on publishing some discussions with us imminently, and if they would, I just want to, I want to make sure that it doesn't get the waters don't get muddied inadvertently.
Okay.
I actually follow them on social media, and I like what they're trying to get compilations and all the ICE agents and everything, so that's great. But I would appreciate just from, and just a bit more in terms of my background. I spent lots of time advising folks on a whole range of subjects, and I, have a very specific approach in regards to law enforcement. That's sort of I'm sort of Clark Kent camouflaged. And so when I look at what I'm looking at, it's really about what's truly the right thing that's really going to truly help ensure there's justice. And I mean like true justice. So if anybody from any journalistic outlet tries to contact you for interviews or anything, I would appreciate if you would just decline until we can get this published, because I think that's going to really help in terms of what's the most important to get out of what we've covered raw, because journalists are going to try and edit, and there's just we have to be careful about who's on side and who isn't. So
Right.
And I'd like to speak to some folks that, with the human rights organizations, maybe even try to get something into the ICC before, again, sooner than later. And so talk to the folks at the Crustian tomorrow, but please don't agree to any sort of journalistic interviews with them or anyone else until we get these audio files published.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Awesome. And
Yep.
contact me anytime anything comes up, okay? I want you to know that, I'm a fierce warrior myself, so.
I believe I have relayed the bulk of what I truly remember clearly, but if some detail should come up that I remember after the fact that I think is pertinent, I'll just shoot you a text or a message.
Yeah.
And I feel like I've been as thorough as I can without ad-libbing.
Yeah.
I have my thoughts on the matter as well, but I'm just trying to relay those things that I clearly remember, and that unfortunately is just the small amount that I have told you. There's much more to it. It's just that those details are so muddy that all I can say is there's just a substantial amount more abuse that I can't pinpoint and be specific about. So.
No, I understand. And then, again, I'd still like to look, we've got these files. I probably, in terms of the one file, I'll probably shorten the length just of the 5 minutes where we talk about, carefulness in terms of journalists and stuff, and my sister traveling just for safety reasons, so I'll just cut the one file short. But
Right.
Then for sure I'd like to look at, another interview where we talk about some of the details that are fuzzy and everything, but just peacefully.
Okay.
It's the right timing and things. And then, like I say, I've sort of tried to structure so it's easy to get into affidavit format and stuff in terms of criminal cases. I know you could file a lawsuit or something in the United States, but I just don't know that that's the right approach to look at right now. Like E. Jean Carroll filed a lawsuit, but this is a totally different level of crime, right? So,
Yes. Yeah.
which is why I'm.
And I also want to be careful that I don't come across looking like I do not care about money. I do not care about any sort of notoriety. All I care about is exposing this for what it is in hopes that it would shut down that part of the operation. I know that you can't exactly create a nirvana. There's always going to be bad people doing bad things, but at this level that it's being used, somebody has to stand up to it, because we're goose-stepping towards our own crematorium, is what it looks like to me. And we're having to do that because of all this leverage on the people at the very top of our food chain.
Yeah. Well, what I'm going to...
In as much as Donald Trump has all of this dirt on the people around him, I wonder just exactly what dirt maybe our adversaries have on Donald Trump. That's just speculative on my part.
Yeah.
But it certainly would seem to me that he is beholden to Netanyahu and to Putin.
Yeah, I would say that's quite clear, and certainly even involving yourself and footage with yourself. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I very much appreciate the help with all this. I've forgotten the name again, the Crustacean or whomever, they are trying to put together the different flight itineraries. So
okay.
They and possibly I'm not sure who I spoke to about that, but apparently there's facial recognition software and there's an international porn database.
Yeah.
So when child victims become adults, if they approve, and I do, being run through that system, they can, if it's ever been on the internet, they can do a lot of forensics.
Did they say they thought they could help with that, or that they might have access to some of the software?
I believe so.
Okay.
I believe so.
I mean, don't mention my name, but just mention that, I'm helping you and that I might like to talk to them and you at some point. But just tell them I'm sort of looking through in terms of the ICC and I'm doing some diligence there, just precautionary.
2 people have also reached out to me that have been involved in similar types of abuse. I don't know if that would be potentially helpful. I don't know that this is under the same umbrella.
Yeah.
But one lady that has reached out to me has talked about something that's more involved than just, like family abuse type of things.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, we'll look at all those things, and what I'm looking at, something that would help me if you thought about a little bit in terms of sort of jurisdictions. If you were anyone, either, you said you remembered accents and stuff, and then with Putin, just in terms of if there was anyone in Europe, and specifically in Canada, it's one of the countries of the British Commonwealth, the Commonwealth of Nations. And if there's anyone in any of the Commonwealth of Nations countries that might help in terms of with jurisdiction. But like I said, it's it's international security issues. So, I would hope that, decent folks working as prosecutors in Canada and involved with the ICC and concerns regarding NATO and the Five Eyes Agreement would do the right thing and attempt to assist. So that's sort of what I'm trying to sort out a little bit there. But I know that as a very big start is just publishing the briefings. And like I say, I would send the briefings to some of the folks that I've advised during the years. I would publish and post them, and I'll contact after the briefings with the audio were published with the right preface, and right preface meaning so it's clear that what your position is, and it's clear what my position is, which is doing the right thing, right? Isn't about some financial interests or anything. It's about doing the right thing.
Right.
Sometimes doing the right thing involves finances, but that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about honoring the truth.
That's it. Those 3 girls, they deserved a chance at life too.
Yeah.
And these people that somehow believe that they're elevated from the same rules and laws as the rest of us decided that their own absolute monstrosity of desires was more important. And I just don't think that condition should be allowed to exist.
Yeah.
You know, I forget who said it, but evil only exists, or something about good people doing nothing. Evil exists because good people do nothing. You know, something to that effect.
Yeah.
And I don't know. This level of evil, I don't think should exist, but we will see.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna spend a little time outdoors and get some follow-up calls going, and we'll figure this out. Okay.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your help.
You're welcome. And hey, something else before we go, I'll just tell you one of my own, two of my mantras. Mantra isn't the word I'd like to say because I don't practice occultist sort of Buddhism. Two of my mottos, I guess. Honor self, honor all is one, and fangs forward, faith up is another. So that's my approach on these items, if that helps.
I do appreciate all of the help. I do.
Thank you.
I hope that my hope is just that some good will come out of this. Is it? And if that just means exposing the bad people, and so
Sascha, I'll make sure. And how, I can't even quite really speak to you about how. I've already made sure there is justice, and it's much more immense than anyone else really experiences awareness of, and justice is here now. Okay.
I appreciate it. I look forward to hearing from you.
Yeah, I'll talk to you soon, Sascha.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
I don't have one with him as my... Wait a minute. No, diary commander.
Okay.
No.
So before...
Bailiff, Michael... What's that?
Oh, no, go ahead, tell me. Bailiff?
Yep. B-A-L-I-S, first name Michael, middle initial R, and then Junior.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, this is the newer NCUE number, 4561.
Okay.
And the commander at that time, I thought it was Captain Colasanto, but the commander, who I don't remember talking to, but that was Captain Mendenhall, Ryan L.
Ryan L. Mendenhall, what's the spelling?
Mendenhall, and Ryan is spelled R-Y-A-N, middle initial L, last four of the social is 1124.
Okay. Okay.
And so to be a little more helpful for the dates, the date of my NCER was 2010, September 21st of 2010. So
September 21st, 2010.
Yes.
Okay.
So I would have talked to him about it probably within the year prior to that date, sometime within the year prior to that date.
So year prior to the date, so 2009.
Yes, sometime within that year, because a rating period is for 1 year.
Okay. Okay. So sometime between 2009, September 2009, and September 2010.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so in terms of what I was going to record, in terms of what we can look at as another audio file, what I just recorded now, I'll just we'll start the sort of like in terms of witness testimony right here, because I just want to be careful about what we publish about those individuals right now, because we want to see about talking to them.
Right.
So
Right.
yeah, so today is July 19th, 2025. and continuing with interviews from tomorrow. I mean, from tomorrow. Today is July 19th, 2025. Oh, July 20th? My goodness gracious, yes, it is. So, yeah, today is July 20th, 2025, and we're continuing with interviews from yesterday during July 19th, 2025. And I wanted to just recap what we had spoken about the girls. So there was 10 to 12 films, one snuff film we spoke about yesterday, conversed about yesterday. There's one more circumstance similar where you were there when the girls were killed after the filming. There were at least two girls that were killed. Was the same MO? They were shot in the head?
I didn't witness that. And I didn't know that it was coming. We completed filming. Then the girls, they said, hey, y'all come with us. You help pack up the equipment or clean up or do something, in reference to me. And there was another person in there with me, besides the girls. And I could hear a gunshot, but I didn't. Mm-hmm. I wasn't witness to it. It was outside, and I can remember the other person saying, "Just focus on what we've got to do. That's not us or not you or whatever like that." Mm-hmm. So, I can remember wondering if it was going to be my turn next or whatever. But as far as witnessing it or anything or knowing what happened after or how they, disposed of them, I don't know any of that.
And you said you thought they were silencing the girls, and the girls were under 13.
Well, in the brothels, Samantha had talked about that they only used the girls for a certain amount of time because after a period of time where they kind of became cognizant that they weren't going to really ever rise above that, because the way that they would sell it to the girls is, hey, we're going to clean you up and make you beautiful, and you'll be around these rich people, and, they like young women, so if you can be what they want, then perhaps, you'll go off and live in a mansion with one of these rich people. But that facade or that lie or whatever only survives for so long because they're horribly abused and things like that. And after a period of time, they just kind of become aware that this is their station in life. They're never going to be, I guess, the arm candy of one of those rich people flying on Learjets, Mm-hmm. And the way that Samantha described it is once they get to that level of consciousness, they have passed their expiration date. So they would only use the girls for a certain amount of time, and, they were either recruiting or finding. I don't know how they got the girls, but I can remember even in the brief period of time that I was there, because I wasn't there for longer than just a few months, maybe even just like a couple of months. But even in that small period of time, I saw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people killed.
5 killed during 2 months.
Yeah. Yes. So, I saw Sarah die. She was there or I was there when she died. Samantha killed another one of the girls. That was I think she just killed her because she kept causing problems, to be honest with you. And then the 2, which I believe it was 2, it might have been 1, it could have been 3. I wouldn't swear, on the number, but I believe it was 2 in that one shoot. And then the one girl that was killed during the filming, she was killed on film while the cameras were rolling.
Yeah. And then Sarah was committing suicide, you said.
Yes. Yes.
Patricia to terrorize you.
Yes.
So those were additional killings on top of the 5 during the 2 months, is that
Well, let me count again. So it's Sarah, the two. There's another one that I saw killed too.
So Sarah, which was sort of more of a suicide, but then Samantha pulled the trigger, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And then one other time where one of the girls was executed in the brothel, and that was in front of all of us.
So one of the girls was executed in the brothel. And did you say that Samantha did the execution? Did they force Samantha to do the execution or no?
Two separate instances. The one girl that was executed, I did not know her. I don't know if I'd ever even hardly spoken to her, but she was killed as some sort of retaliation. Somebody was beating Samantha, and I got involved in it. And again, it was one of those people that you couldn't touch. So they came and they didn't kill me. They didn't kill Samantha. They just killed this other girl. And I don't even think she had anything to do with it. So
and was that the one in the brothel?
That was one of the ones in the brothel, yes. And then Samantha killed this other girl just because she had beat up one of the other girls, and she kept stealing stuff, and she kept trying to cause problems with the people running it, and she murdered her.
Okay.
So that was even separate of all of that. So, and I know I'm thinking of more and more.
Yeah, I suspect you'll think of a lot more.
All of these things are kind of compartmentalized a little bit. So I'm thinking, okay, this happened.
Yeah, it's okay. Well, I understand. There's a lot. You've been through a lot, and you're trying to diligently remember, and remembering. You'll probably remember a lot more, and how I'm making sure is comfortable. So is So there was, during the 2 months, there was at least 5 girls killed, and the killings were all related to the Trump-Epstein pedophile ring. There was executions, snuff film, silencing the girls.
Yeah.
And
now, at that brothel, I never saw anybody except this big-bellied hillbilly that ran it.
Yeah.
And then one other, I don't know what you call him, some mobster. That was the one that came in and shot kind of terrorized all of us, pointed the gun at all of us, and then just shot kind of one girl at random.
Okay, so a mobster.
Yeah. And I have no idea who he was. Just some older guy, gray hair, pinky ring type person,
Yeah. And when the 2 girls were killed after the filming, tell me again what the other individual said to you, that you're good, they won't kill you, boys are hard to find.
I was working, maybe packing up stuff or cleaning, or I don't remember exactly what I was doing, but I remember that I want to say we were breaking down the stuff that they had used to film it. And when I heard the gunshot, I stopped working, and the guy was basically to the effect of, this doesn't concern you, just focus on what you're doing. So I kept doing whatever it was I was doing.
And he said, boys are hard to find. You're good. Boys are hard to find.
He said you're good. Girls are a dime a dozen. Boys are hard to find. Something like that. That may not have been the exact words, but it was something to that effect.
Yeah. So it sounds like in the case with the Trump-Epstein ring, in terms of whoever they thought was expendable, disposable, the girls that were under the ages of 13 years old that were considered, would you say it was more about, were they financially poor? They would just dispose of them as they got older, more aware?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Once kind of the gig was up where they They knew that the lies that they were being told weren't ever going to materialize, that no matter what they did for these rich people, they were just being used.
Yeah.
They didn't want them around to kind of spoil the ones that still believed in the narrative, because the structure of that was to try to get the girls to be enthusiastic, willing participants, you know, for these rich people. And once they had reached a certain level of trauma, then they just kind of had no use for them.
Okay. So, from your experience, all the girls that you were exposed to during those particular 2 months, they all died.
Yes.
Yeah.
All of the ones that I made any kind of a closer connection with, they all died. Now, I may have had, there's not even any may to it. I had connections with more people that I don't have, didn't make as much of a concrete memory with, and I couldn't tell you what transpired after, you know, the 2 months that I was there, or if some of them made it, or, you know, ran away or escaped, or I have no idea what happened to the rest.
And was
there were always
specifically that was specifically when you were at the brothel during those 2 months?
Yes.
Okay. And when you first met Trump, you were about 8 or 9, and then the last incident with Trump, you said, was when you were 12 or 13. That's correct?
As far as I know, I wouldn't swear. It could have been a more compressed time frame, say 9 to just 11. But within those years are all that I remember, around 8 to probably 12 or 13.
Yeah.
But there's a chance that it ended even before the 13-year mark. But it would definitely be within that time period.
Okay.
Because beyond that, my life kind of changed a little bit, and there wasn't, after that incident with Andy Biggs, I do not have any recollection of either being abused by anyone outside the family or any of those rich people. I had no more connection with any of that moving forward that I can recall.
Okay. And where did you go then after that period of time? Were you still with Marie Lynn and William Kyle?
Okay, so after Tennessee, after the films, when we moved to Alabama, there was and I couldn't even tell you for how long, but there was a period of time where I was taken away from them, placed into some sort of foster care. But I am eventually, once the investigations into their activity petered out, I eventually made my way back into their house.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Is there anything else you think would be helpful for us to converse about during this recording?
Not that I'm remembering at this time, you know.
Yeah.
Even some of this in my own mind, I can't tell you which thing happened before the other thing. I have it, you know, like some of it's chronological in my memory, but I can't tell you I am pretty sure we still lived in Tennessee when they sent me to the brothel. And that's where I met Samantha. That's where I met Patricia and Sarah. Sarah died at the brothel. I never saw, obviously, her again. Mm-hmm. But then Patricia, I saw, it would have been months or a year later or whatever, at that party. Yeah. Samantha was already dead at that point. So, and then Patricia died at that party.
So Samantha was already dead.
Oh, go ahead.
So Samantha was already dead. Sarah died, and then Samantha, and then Patricia.
Yes.
Okay.
And because I could just remember when Patricia died, it kind of changed something inside of me, and in that, in my mind, I had just kind of lost my only friend, or my last remaining friend, and in my reasoning, there's no one left but me, meaning that the next person they're going to kill is me.
Yeah. 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 There's yeah, gosh golly, that's horrific circumstances.
Yeah.
I thought there was another.
And like a lot of these girls that just come up missing, that's where they go, man. They're in that type of a situation until they take a backhoe and bury them out in some farm or some other place, And it's sad to say that, but it's the truth.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And I remember that Samantha went by. She's the only one that I ever heard a last name, and I believe she went by Samantha Jackson. And the police did run her name through there. At least they said they did, and it did not match a missing person for their database. So, I don't know if that was her real name or it's just something she went by, but I do know that I can remember her talking to me about, just don't ever kill somebody for these people because then they own you. And that was part of her problem, is that they had used her to kill somebody, and so she figured no matter what, she was screwed.
Mm-hmm. Did Trump ever visit the brothel, or Trump was usually at the parties on the farms?
Just at the parties. I couldn't tell you who all went in there.
Yeah.
I can just remember Lynn dropping me off of there and just telling me how horrible it was going to be the whole trip. And I stayed there for however long, and then she came to pick me up. She got some money, but it wasn't very much, and she got angry. And whoever was running it just kind of laughed in her face because, they said, "What are you going to do? Take us to small claims court?"
Yeah. And what year did Lynn commit suicide again? Mary Lynn? 1980? 1980s?
No. It was... No. It was... Hold on. I can tell you. Just a minute. Wait a minute. No, that's not her. Nope, that's not her either. Let me put in Texas. That might help. There we go. Yeah, I'll send you a picture too.
Sure, that's helpful.
Let's see, 2018. Let's see.
So recent, that's right, it was recent.
Yeah, let's see. She passed away peacefully during the night at her home in Johnson City, Texas, July 28, 2018. And what I had heard is that she took a bunch of sleeping pills and washed it down with some Jack Daniels. But I don't have her autopsy report or anything like that. But here, I'll send you her picture as well.
Sure. I saw William Kyle's Facebook profile post a lot of pictures of cruise ship travel. So, I'm just going to pause recording here right now.
Okay.
And
causing that was just some sort of a special degree of just horrible person, you know?
Yeah, that's like, in terms of extremity of malevolent, psychopathic, sadistic. So they shot Patricia in the torso first. And do you remember the description of the I don't even call him a gentleman, the gentleman who was like shuffling on his feet and was uncomfortable about how much Patricia was suffering, getting tortured?
I wish I could give you a better description, but just 5 or 6 pot-bellied hillbillies. You know, you kind of, if you looked at older pictures of my dad, they just kind of looked like him. Just larger, thick people, not necessarily fat, not necessarily what you would think of as like a country boy, a big country boy, you know, beards and a little bit of hair, you know.
Yeah.
Just thick, 5'10" to 6'1", you know, bigger 235, 250 pound guys.
So
just larger country boys, and I couldn't even tell you like their facial features or anything like that. I can remember at least some had facial hair, beards, mustaches, that sort of thing, and just larger people dressed in what you would consider just kind of country music type of attire.
Yeah.
Boots and blue jeans and, you know, button-up cowboy type shirts.
Yeah, so they...
You know, that's what all of them look like.
Okay, so when they had guns, you said you remembered one, and then 2 or 3, maybe 4 of them had guns. One of them shot Patricia in the chest. They tortured and raped Patricia. The one hillbilly was uncomfortable and said just end it to kill Patricia, but they... How long did they continue torturing Patricia before they shot Patricia in the head?
If I had to guess, I'd say probably in the realm of 30 minutes or so.
30 minutes.
I can remember that one or more of them raped her. Not everybody wanted to participate in that. And then the one guy just seemed, of those people, only one person really seemed exceptionally uncomfortable about the whole thing and didn't want to be there.
Yeah. And Patricia said Patricia wanted to die. That was what you remember Patricia saying to you, to kill Patricia? Like, or that Patricia was just saying...
They had beaten her, like...
So badly?
I don't know if all of them had beaten her, but one of them beat her, hit her really hard in, like, the ribs and things like that. She was having trouble breathing. And in my estimation, I think she already knew that they were going to kill her. And she just said, please just kill me. Something to that effect.
Yeah.
And I can remember looking at her and saying, baby, you're going to come be with me right now. And she looked at me and she smiled. And I said, I love you. And one of them shot her.
Yeah.
And she was having trouble. I said, just look at me. Don't look at them. And the other guy, he was breaking down. That guy that I'm telling you was shuffling on his feet. He said, I mean, he got a little upset or agitated or something and said, just fucking end it or just shoot her in the fucking head, whatever he said, because he was not enjoying it, like the guy that was doing the, I guess you just call it torture.
Yeah.
So after that, he shot her in the head, and then I can remember them arguing, well, why did you shoot her there? Because now we have to find another mattress, you fucking idiot, or whatever you called him.
Mm-hmm.
And the way that those people talk, he's like, shut your mouth, or we'll get rid of 2 bodies or something. That may not have been the exact conversation, but that was the mood of it, and kind of the information that was getting passed back. And then they wrapped her up in a sheet, took her out, and then I think there was some discussion as to whether or not they could just put a sheet over the mattress, but there was blood on it, and they said no. So they rolled up the mattress, or did whatever they did with the mattress, and then went and found another one, and that's how that went.
Mm.
It wasn't a big bed. It wasn't like a queen size bed. The way I remembered it was just like a twin bed.
And then Trump came in the room.
Yes.
Now, in terms of, you said you didn't remember if there was any cameras. There was Patricia getting killed filmed? Do you remember seeing any cameras at all?
I do not remember seeing any cameras at that time. If there was a way to record it, there wasn't any. We went into that room alone, not knowing that it was going to get.
But it was a setup.
Interrupted.
Yeah.
Right. And so there were no cameras or anything that we were, unless there was some sort of a mirror, 2-way mirror, and something set up behind it. That's possible that it was being filmed without our knowledge, but no. As far as do I know if there was any way to record that, I don't think so.
Do you remember whether there was any sort of?
It would have been. I'm sorry, but
go ahead.
From a logic perspective, I don't think it would have been recorded, because those 6 people were in that room too. So 5, 6, 4, however many it was. I think it was 5 or 6. They would have been in it wasn't a particularly big room. It wasn't like a main room. It was like a little guest room with an individual bed. So in my mind, I would doubt that was filmed, because it would have had those people that murdered her on in the frame too. Whereas when they shot that girl in that separate instance in the film shoot, the cameras were pointed to us in the bed, and then the person came in and shot her from, like, you couldn't see the person shooting from the person who fired the shot from the film.
Was there?
You just know she got shot.
Yeah. So in the room, was there somewhere where there might have been a peephole?
There could have been. I mean, that's possible. If somebody was just watching,
like
maybe even Trump himself. Like he wasn't there for any of that initial part. He just came in after.
Yeah, and you said your sense, what they had said, what they tried to convey to you, is that they knew Trump was coming in the room after, like Trump had hired them to torture and kill Patricia. One of them
pointed the gun at me and said, "There's going to be an old boy comes in here," and real Southern drawl. "There's going to be an old boy comes in here. You're going to do whatever he says, or I'm going to put a bullet in you too." And he called me something, "You little hillbilly fuck," or whatever he called, and that was the one that had killed Patricia, and he was smiling. So he wasn't trying, I just remember how much pleasure he took in the kind of the horror of the situation.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to just get a sense in terms of, because it seems obviously that obviously they knew about Trump, that Trump wouldn't just like stand in the hallway and cool his heels. It's the sort of situation,
right,
like from what you've described, what I know of Trump, that Trump would have wanted to hear what was going on or watch.
That's possible. I can't remember the exact layout of the room.
Or that Trump just wanted,
like
yeah. or Trump just wanted you terrorized when Trump came into the room later?
It definitely wanted me afraid.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that. And if that was to do with his desire to make the experience as horrible for me as possible, or whether that was from his psyche to give him some protection, because I was kind of already known, I think at that point, as being somebody that would fight back to the best of my ability.
Yeah.
You know, so it could have been either circumstance, but it was definitely to shock, traumatize, and make me more pliable, I guess, in terms of acquiescing to whatever he wanted to do.
Yeah.
And I can just remember thinking, I'm gonna kill this sumbitch if I can just get an opportunity. You know, I'm a child at this point, about, you know, around, we'll say 12 years old. So he is a much larger person than I am, and of course 40 years ago he wasn't feeble. So, you know, I was looking for that vulnerable point where I could try to kill him, you know.
Well, that's understandable context. You know, there's a lot of, you know, policy, legislation, law per country where, you know, that's a situation, extreme circumstances when you're acting in self-defense. You had no idea at that point whether they might just come in and kill you right after. They'd said if you didn't do what they called Trump an old boy, what the old boy wanted, that they'd shoot you in the head as well.
Yeah. Yeah, they never said his name, I can tell you that, but I recognized him, and then I didn't see him until a number of years later on Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous. I don't know if you remember that, with Robin Leach.
Oh, yeah.
But I saw Trump on one of those episodes, and I knew that was him.
Yeah.
So at that time, I did not know that this is Donald Trump. It's just that later when I saw him on the Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous, and I said, well, I know that rich asshole. You know, because in my mind, even as a child, you know, they present on TV, you know, these rich people being, you know, something that you want to be. But from my experience, human beings on planet Earth.
Yeah. Well, you know, there are folks that are financially wealthy that aren't as utterly, horrifyingly malevolent. You sure?
Right.
You sure?
My adult me knows that,
but there are a lot. There's obviously a lot. You encountered the worst of the worst, without question.
I am hopeful, though, that they have already made one connection, and if they do any more digging, all they're going to do is find more connections.
Yeah.
Because my dad has been involved in that sort of activity since at least 1980, you know, at least, and probably even a few years before that.
Yeah.
So we're talking 45 years, and those paths are going to cross, you know. I know that they're looking for specific intersections between him and Epstein, which I know exist.
Yeah.
But he's also going to intersect with many other people that were involved in all of that stuff.
Yeah.
He was kind of just one of those, being a pilot and being a former guy that could handle himself and having his, I'm pretty sure, private investigator's license, and just thinking from my standpoint, what that gives you the right to do, like you said, to initiate investigations, look into databases, also carry a sidearm.
Yeah.
So all of those things together, it definitely paints definitely paints a picture.
Yeah, so in terms of Ed Opperman, I would be careful. I wouldn't contact him if Ed contacts you again. Is the sort of situation where If you had any idea, like in terms of who was corrupt and who isn't corrupt, it'd be like more like, in terms of investigations. I think what I have some contacts in terms of human rights lawyers and so on, and that might be where we find some more Dudley Do Rights that could help, even in terms of like prosecutors, whether in the United States and the ICC and so on. There's one or two Americans that have been involved in civil rights, one involved in civil rights cases that I think might help. That might be able to help. Yeah. So, okay, day by day. Once I'll get sort of a preliminary list during the next couple of days, and I'll get the audio files. I'll get a look at them, get them sorted, look at getting them uploaded onto a Proton drive, and just sort of simmer with things. We can sort of go through the list. I want to just sort of go conversation by conversation in terms of folks I'm waiting for callbacks from, some that might have suggestions in terms of prosecutors here in Canada. And then I just want to make sure, in terms of careful contacts with, I don't want to waste time talking to Americans I don't want to waste time speaking to Americans that say they're going to behave helpful and then don't help. It's not right,
Right.
So, and I want to be extremely careful in terms of Americans just, because of the circumstances. So, in your case, I think it would be a good idea, just prudent, just to have a go bag packed.
I always do.
Oh, good. What I would love? If you would send me a text or something just with what you generally have in your go bag, just as, because that's helpful for me to have a look at, just in terms of, earthquake preparedness and so on and stuff. I'd love to have a look at what you packed.
It's funny that you say that, because I was just recommending, because of all these floods, to some people that they pack one, and they were asking me the same thing. And I was just saying, hey, your birth certificate, your Social Security card, your very important papers, your passport, anything that you cannot reduplicate, for your life. And then, like clothes and stuff like that aren't necessarily that important. You can leave with the clothes on your back and still rebuild. Money, jewelry, a firearm if you have one.
Yeah.
But that's kind of it. I don't have anything sentimental or anything like that. It's just the thing. As a matter of fact, it's on my bed right now. That's where I got my paperwork for my to relay First Sergeant Bayless's information.
Okay.
But I would definitely. I'd probably love Canada anyway. You guys are friendly up there. Way more friendly than the.
Yeah, a lot of folks that travel here, they're shocked by how, most of the Canadians they come across are like super helpful and all that good stuff. It used to be that way here in America. Yeah.
It did. It used to be 40, 50 years ago. It was an entirely different experience here in America. And to be honest with you, from somebody that's been here almost my whole life, it's absolutely heartbreaking to see how it's just how we've been divided.
Yeah.
How it's an us versus them, and if you're on the red team, you're bad, and if you're on the blue team, you're not a patriot, and all this bullshit. And a lot of it just seems performative anymore from both sides to a degree. But
yeah.
One side is definitely, if you just look at the money, more corrupt, in my opinion. I could be wrong.
Yeah, no, it's quite different. It's quite different indeed. So, okay, well, let's, radio silence with everyone else. Keep in touch with those Allen analysis folks. Might be interesting. I'll see about us get a better sense of things about a conversation with them maybe like
Okay.
you and I and the
Okay.
folks from Al. Did you talk to anyone at the Crustacean yet?
I have not. I answered them back, but they have not reached back out to me. But the last contact I had with them before I spoke to you was that they were going to go and see if they could make a connection to either William Sascha Riley, my legal name now, Manuel Sascha Barros, my name before it was changed, or William K. Riley. So through those flight logs. So I don't know if they are still working that aspect of it, or if they have thus far run into a dead end, or what. But I had delayed my reaching back out to them, just kind of waiting to see what was going to transpire here. So that's where we are with them. So in my mind, I was just going to be polite but not give too much information. If they did reach back out, because I certainly don't want to brush them off, especially if they're actively pursuing leads and stuff like that. But I wasn't going to necessarily push forward and or do another interview or anything like that. Not at this time, anyway. So that's kind of where we are with that one. But there were initially 4 that reached out. You were one of the 4. The other 2 we've spoken about in the Crustacean. They have not had further contact. So
okay. I think
we shall see.
Yeah, I think if they follow up, just again, I just have a really strong sense that should really be radio silence.
Okay.
I'd really like to see, in terms of speaking to some ethical prosecutors, or yeah.
It sounds good. I definitely appreciate all the follow ups thus far, and I'm kind of, like I said, I'm a little nervous and anxious, but as long as this can get peeled back a little bit, I feel like we're going to open the whole can of worms.
Yeah.
And good, bad, or indifferent, it's like somebody said, well, what if it, and this is just online, so the sentiment from most of the people is if this is just going to decimate the entire government, well, then the entire government needs to be decimated. If the bulk of our institutions have been serving to use us as slaves and keep it quiet, then we need to purge that system. So
yeah.
There are definitely some influential people though that's going to expose that aren't going to be too terribly happy about it. But I don't know.
Yeah. Well, those perpetrators don't have any say in the matter, so.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, all right. Well, I appreciate everything. I will be waiting to kind of hear something else, and we'll take it from there.
Sounds good. Enjoy the rest of the day, and I'll look forward to checking in soon.
You do as well. Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm. I don't mind at all.
Okay, so I'm recording right now. So, yeah, looks like so there's obviously a lot of activity. I've seen there's some reports that they're really trying to push. Lindsey Graham was asking for a special counsel to get appointed to investigate Obama for treason. So seems to me like, at least was what we were speaking about yesterday. The very fundamental question is, what sort of crimes are the Republicans willing to attempt to commit to try to squash this story?
Well, it doesn't seem like there's anything that's off the table. If and this is just speculation, I've read things that suggest it, but I wouldn't present it as fact. But if they have already used the system to silence Epstein, then you would have to make the logical conclusion that there is no barrier, for them other than what they believe they may get away with. That would, that would just be where I would be from a logic standpoint if I were, if I were questioned on what I thought.
Yeah, I understand. So let's sort of run through a few things. So I called the federal RCMP yesterday, and unfortunately, they just referred me back to a local priest, to the local police here, which they can only really do anything if it's tied to Vancouver Island. And the only way it could seem like it's tied to Vancouver Island if there's some sort of threat or something. That being said, I did have a long conversation with a police officer who had some interesting feedback. And towards the end of the discussion, the officer said, well, the officer mainly said what the officer needs is even to write up an investigation to get referred to their intel department and then to the right agency. They need some corroborative, not so much evidence in the films, but just reports like, do you have a copy of your military, the years you were in the military? Do you have any copies of the CPS reports and stuff? Because they have some of those documents they can include then to write up, so then goes into their intel department and off to the right agency.
Okay.
So that's what I sent you an email of, but we can talk about that in a minute because I think there's some optics there. We want to be careful how we're asking those questions, right? In terms of any flags. So, but then the officer offered to store the audio securely. And B, the officer offered to listen to the audio while, I said, and what about when we get some of these documents? What can the officer look at? And the officer said, then the officer can write up a longer police report with something that sort of corroborates. And by corroborate, I'm not talking about like the films or anything, just like some starting point in terms of an investigation to refer to their intel group and then to another agency, whether it's like regarding national security or whatever. So
I have an idea.
Yeah.
All right. So in 1989, I was housed at a behavioral hospital in Alabama. It's called Charterwoods Memorial Hospital or Mental Hospital. I'm not sure. Mm-hmm. My parents had accused me of being on drugs, so I wasn't. Not at that point in my life. I have experimented with drugs since, but not as a child, not willingly as a child. So anyway, that would have been the first time that I talked about Donald Trump specifically by name. So I'm going to go there as soon as I get my bike back. It could be as early as tomorrow, but I'll take a little road trip and see if I can't get that paperwork. The hospital itself has been closed down, but as I understand it, all medical records have to be stored in the medical archives. And I forget which city that's in, but Alabama's not very far from me. So I'll take a trip down there and see if I can retrieve those, because that, in my mind, is the best connection that I have, because I mentioned him by name. That was the first time that I did that.
Yeah. Okay. So that's great. Now, I think with the information, if you can't get from them, I know you can file a Freedom of Information Act request. My only concern was that we really look at, if you suddenly start filing all these requests on police reports and CPS reports, would that flag anything? And I don't want to talk to any journalists to get them to flag. I was hoping police requests, and I'm even looking carefully at, how could I look at requesting, or can I do so somehow anonymously? So that's what I'm trying to sort of sort a bit there. What else? Now that would be extremely helpful information, obviously, those files. The other one that you can request that would help would be anything from your interview at Fort Carson.
Okay.
Are you comfortable to?
Well, my biggest thing there would just be, I would just, the military isn't like if I were to contact Fort Carson now, they would have no idea what I'm talking about. I would have to track down those people that were involved in that investigation, and that is possible. I'm still in contact with some of the people that I served with from that time, so I would just need to reach out to some people and see if that's a possibility.
Yeah, that seems like that. So don't contact Fort Car. If you, what I was hoping is we could get like a copy of your interview from Fort Carson, but I understand with U.S. military all sort of classifications that might be difficult.
It might be, yes.
But they would have records of the films. That's the thing.
They would, yeah. They would have. I would think
they'd have copies somewhere.
That they possibly would,
unless they destroyed them.
Yeah, I don't know what the rules of evidence are in something like that. Very possibly, they could.
I mean, seems like what we could start with is with, was it Bayless and the other fellow, that
right.
If you could try to contact them and ask them, if they would be willing to
talk about it.
Yeah. And just say it's extremely confidential, isn't with any, that it would be confidential, and so on. Like that, it's just like a starting point there.
Right. Well, I will reach out in that direction and see what I can reach. And as soon as I get my bike back, I will take a little trip. I've been kind of wanting to go for a ride anyway. So
yeah. Well, let me ask you a question. Like, do you think, is there any way that they could be, like, if you even reaching out to them might trigger anything in terms of?
Not from their end. If I'm being monitored, if I'm being passively, surveilled in some way, then maybe, but I don't know. There's so much going on that I would not think that too many resources would be dedicated to me, kind of just with everything that's going on. I doubt it would raise any flags.
Mm-hmm.
Not less. I could see potentially if I started going and trying to get my CPS reports and contacting Texas, Tennessee, Alabama, and Florida, trying to get the police reports from my childhood, I could see maybe that raising a red flag.
Yeah.
But as far as just me reaching out to my old Army buddies, I don't think so. I think I could probably communicate with them, see what they remember.
So my suggestion is that before you reach out to your old Army buddies, that you get the paperwork from the hospital first, because that's a very important starting point, just in case you reaching out to your buddies would in any way trigger anything. And you can travel there safely to and from and so on. Okay. So yeah, let's get the paperwork from the hospital, and then we can look at reaching out to the Army buddies afterwards. And then whatever of those copies, we'll just figure out how you can just photograph them, and I think with Proton Mail there's something called Proton Drive, and there's like a certain amount of gigabytes of storage. In fact, I just uploaded one of the audio recordings in Proton Drive because I'm looking at how is most effective to get to the police officer once I go through those other audio recordings. And then on a positive, like the audio, how great, the audio recordings will be stored on a Victoria Police Department's secure server. So that's something that's important. I feel much better about that, actually, as a starting point. So.
Okay.
And then I think now what the police officer said. Well, let's talk about some of those in terms of like the investigation. Is the sort of, from their perspective, they look and they say, okay, how do they know you're telling the truth? And I said, well, when you hear the audio recordings, you'll hopefully you can discern.
Right.
You know, some folks are different. You know, like now the police officers, you know, got lots of experience, and you know, I know the police officers' approach to hearing the audio files would be quite different than sometimes how they might look. So they're asking, well, where did I meet you? You know, those sort of questions. And I said, well, I offered to help. You know, I tried to provide the right context. So in terms of, you know, I know what sort of questions folks will ask. And so some of the folks, like something that in terms of documentation that helps in terms of with the police is that, you know, that yeah, you were at the army. Do you have like a document that says what years you're in service that you can send me that we can start compiling those? Yeah.
I got a DD-214 that gives you my years of service. Yeah, I can corroborate that like in the next few minutes as soon as I get off the phone.
Oh, sure, that's perfect because then I can send. When I send a link to the audio files, I can send an email. With the document, anything that we have that would help to provide context right now, even before she's listening to the audio files.
Yeah, I can upload my DD-214, my most current one, and it'll have both periods of service. It'll have all my schools, all my awards. It'll have everything. So it's I don't know how familiar you are with the military, but whenever you ETS, whenever your term is up, they give you that document, and it's basically your entire career encapsulated into, mine's 2 pages long.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I have no problem sending that to you.
And she has relatives. She, just to context, I was going to say she has relatives in the military, so she has some context in terms of military family. So
okay. The only thing I might redact off of that is my social security number, and I would only do that by putting like a little piece of paper or something where the social security number is.
Sure.
Just in case it gets passed around, I just, you know, don't want my social security number to have access. And I won't even redact the whole thing. I'll leave my last 4 or something on there.
Yeah, that would be perfect because I think that's pretty standard in Canada on documents, just the last couple of digits.
Okay. I'll do that as soon as we get off the phone. I know right where that's at. That's in my go bag.
Awesome. Now, then another thing to ask in terms of with the military, when you were questioned, did they give you any documentation when you were questioned about the films? Do you have any notes from those years or anything?
No, nothing like that.
Okay.
I could just remember getting pulled into the office, and really the only question was, you know, these movies are obviously older. How old were you when you did them? Is that you, and how old were you when you did them?
Yeah.
And, you know, I said, without seeing the movie, I couldn't tell you, but it started at 9 and ended at, you know, I remember it starting out at about 9 and then it ended around 13. So about the same thing I told you. That hasn't changed over the years.
Okay.
It is possible, however, that 9 is just where I begin to remember it, and it is very possible that it was happening before that.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm inaccurate, that would be the only way that I am being inaccurate, is just not remembering more.
Okay. Well, I think when we have some further discussions, sort of, you know, I know how I can ask some questions that might help a bit with memory. But like I say, I'm really focused on what's actually empowering, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So in terms of like what you feel more freedom about, what's most helpful, you know.
Right.
So well, that's okay. So that's a good start. Those documents are great, and you don't have. Do you have any copies of like when did you first? So there's the stuff from when you were younger, CPS report, any mentions of the police incidents. Those ones are super, super important, but we've got to figure out a different approach of getting those, because that would be a red flag if you're asking. And if there was any surveillance on the telephone call, I'm even careful about requesting. So I'm trying to figure out what sort of requests we can get in there, how we can get that information. Like that's where I was hoping I actually even sent, I forgot to tell you, I sent an Instagram message extremely vague to Alan Analysis. He hasn't gotten back to me yet, but I'll tell you what I said. Howdy, do you signal? I'd like to ask you some questions and provide some information carefully. I've been helping an individual you've been helping. Signal chat, time sensitive. And I'm not going to tell Alan anything about our discussion. I was going to only ask him after I get a better sense of him if he could
Share
check.
with you the the connection that he has. That would certainly be helpful.
Yeah, and if he has like, because we've got your text messages, but like if he can like provide copies of what exactly he saw in the Epstein files or pointers to where we can download them.
That's good thinking. I like that.
Yeah.
And I will send you that, and the states where this happened are problematic just because of how red they are. Texas, obvious. Tennessee's just as red, if not even more so. Alabama is in the same boat, and so is Florida. You know, if like one of the states had been Massachusetts or Delaware or something like that, I would be. It's not even a matter of being comfortable asking for it. It's just like you said, of drawing attention. And if we're not trying to do that at this point, it might. But if there is some sort of way, even electronically, to try to request that.
Yeah. I mean, I know
I don't know. I'm just thinking.
I think, like, what the constable said is that, and I did do a little bit of research, like, the constable said, that those are requests. The constable, I don't think the constable was quite totally comprehending in terms of safety. Like, the constable was still sort of thinking in terms of, well, what could the constable looked at to corroborate? I think when the constable hears testimony and sees some documents, it will be helpful, right?
Okay.
Just some folks are better when they see more.
Absolutely.
So I think, because the constable said, you can request all those documents, Freedom of Information Act, that I could even request them from Canada. But what you and I are concerned about is Roy Black, right? It's just weird. I said to the constable, it could just be coincidence, but abundance of caution. We're careful because obviously the information on Roy Black, and I mean, nobody seems to really have looked much at at William Kyle at all, and it's just a bit odd that suddenly there's Roy Black drops dead a day after we've spoken on with a call dropout. So
right. All right. Well, I will forward you those things, and I will start getting me an itinerary to go down to Alabama. It'd probably be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of next week, something like that. And it's contingent on me getting my motorcycle back.
Okay.
So I just spoke to the guy yesterday. The part was on order as of Monday. It was supposed to be in today or tomorrow at the latest. Apparently, it's not that difficult to put on, and after it's on, I should be good to go.
Okay.
So I'm hoping to get the bike back as early as tomorrow or early next week at the latest, unless, of course, that part doesn't fix it. So
yeah. So something else then. So then I'm just sort of like question mark in terms of how to get at those files. All those other sort of reports, because those are helpful context, but the hospital one is quite helpful. But the other reports are really important because there's police, because didn't you said there was a police report filed regarding the complaint to Samantha, regarding Samantha?
Oh, yeah. There was a whole investigation that involved the FBI and the local police because when they first got her, the only thing she had was like a little plastic bag of like one change of clothes. So we went and in the beginning they weren't, hurting her. They just had us both there. And there was a witness at the shoe store that we went to that remembered both of us because, you know, we were kids, and it was her being a black girl and me being a white kid. It was just something that stood out to the witness there. She was a slender black lady. Mm-hmm. And I know she was part of the investigation because she thought something was fishy even in the store. Just the way that Lynn was acting. Lynn was the one that actually took us out to get these clothes. Mm-hmm. But yes, there was an investigation and nothing came out of it. But it was more than just like a welfare check or something like that. They came and did a full investigation. They did find blood in the room that we were being stored in. And I was, as a result of that investigation, turned into CPS again. So,
and that was your second time to CPS?
Oh, it was at least the third time. I had been referred to CPS. That would have been in Alabama. I had already been referred to CPS in Tennessee during the year that we lived there. And I had been referred into the CPS system in Texas. So Texas, Tennessee, and Alabama, I was referred into the CPS system. And then in Florida, the beach incident at the Riptide area, that generated another investigation. The sheriff came down, did witness statements and all of that from the guy that fished me out off the sandbar and brought me in. They did interviews, and then we left from the beach, went home, and the sheriff in Alabama came and talked to my dad. So it was a across both of those states. So there was at least a precursory investigation, even if all that was a welfare check. But it went through the sheriff's office, the police station there in New Brockton, Alabama.
Let me ask you a question. When the investigation, when they found blood in the room where you and Samantha were held, mm-hmm. Did they experience awareness Samantha had died, or had Samantha's body been moved already, so they were investigating?
They were investigating. Samantha's body had already been moved, and the only thing that they had was the one eyewitness account, and what they told the police was that she was a runaway that they took in for a period of time, and then she ran back away.
So they never even saw Samantha's body?
No. As far as I know, it's never been recovered.
So Samantha's body was never recovered.
Gotcha. As far as I know, it has not been. But that blood in that room was from her, because that was the thing. It did not match any of us, and it was hers.
Okay. Now, let's see. So Samantha's body wasn't recovered. There was a full investigation, and you said you told the FBI what you remembered, or you told the police that?
I told the police many years later.
Many years later. Okay. But not right then. Recall, many years later.
Yes. Okay. I don't think I was even allowed to speak to the
That's what I
investigating
recall.
officers.
Okay, no, that's okay. That's what I remember you said. So
yes.
Years later, so let's just jump forward a bit in terms of you told the police when you filed your police or FBI reports? Years later. So what years did you file those reports?
Would have been around 2021. 2020 maybe.
2020, 2021.
Yes.
Okay. So, and then you told the police.
Yes, I said, and you know, I really tried to stick with the things that could be verified, like going back and looking at the investigations and stuff like that. I remember more stuff that you can't get anything to really corroborate. So, you know, I just tried to focus on, okay, well, I know this generated a police report. I remember this generated a police report. So I just stuck to those things, which was kind of the same thing that I did with you. Mm-hmm. You know, now I don't actually have those police reports, but they should exist.
Yeah, and those again are ones that you can request copies of those police reports or FBI reports. And that's one of the questions the constable asked me, and I think it's helpful just in terms of perceptually. The constable said, "Well, why don't you have copies of the police reports?" And I said, "Well, I would ask you that. That's, early in our discussions. Let me ask you a question. When you got the police reports and so on, that was 2020, 21.
Mhm.
I mean, I know that when I filed complaints, you don't usually get a copy right away. You have to request the report, right? So when you filed those reports, what's the standard in the United States? Do they offer you copies? Is it just assumed that you would have to request a copy of those reports?
I can go. I mean, Lawton is just 30 something miles away. I can go and request, the disposition of that case. I'm sure it's been closed, but I can go request it.
Yeah. Okay.
I can do that one. Just I don't think that would raise any red flags. Let me see. Let me go tomorrow and see if I can get a copy of that one. That one might be the easiest, the most attainable one for me to get right now. I don't have to cross any state lines or anything to go get that.
So the Lawton one is from 2020, 2021-ish.
Yes, I could be wrong on that. I'm in my mind. I'm thinking I still had my Jeep, so that would have been around that time because I was trying to remember what vehicle I drove.
And that was the first time as an
station.
adult that you'd filed a police report, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And did you file an FBI report during the same year, or?
I reached out to the FBI and spoke to them on first through social media, and then we did a follow-on back and forth. But that was it. I never went to like the FBI building and sat down and gave a deposition or anything like that. His response was just to go to the local police, and that should trigger a larger scale investigation. So that's what I did. To the best of my recollection, I reached out to the FBI in the beginning because I knew that the FBI had been involved in the one in Alabama, in that investigation in Alabama with in regards to Samantha, and also they were involved in the investigation that landed the parents of the girl that I did the one movie with in Tennessee in jail. I know that the FBI was involved in that one as well. So I figured they were, as the larger scale operation, they would be the ones to go to. But they then referred me back down to the local police.
Sort of what occurred with me yesterday when I was trying to get in touch with somebody more in international policing with the RCMP. They seem to, whatever their sort of procedures are, they seem to sometimes get a little caught up in following procedures instead of thinking like of the specifics of each case. So
right.
I understand. So okay, so you talked to this FBI, they told you to go to the police. You filed the police report, and you can get a copy of the report in Lawton.
Yes.
Now
I'll do that tomorrow.
Okay, so Friday, will you just sort of let's sort of set a sort of standard about check in with me morning and evening wellness checks, okay? I would just feel better.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
And I will get you the DD-214. I'll get you that in the next few minutes here.
So DD-214, and then Friday you'll get the police report.
Yes,
and then the medical, the paperwork from the hospital.
That's a little bit more of a involved process, but sure, I don't mind ride down to Alabama and grabbing that.
Okay, so DD-214, police report, paperwork from hospital. Then we're looking at the Army buddies, Fort Carson Army buddies.
Yes.
And while we're sort of sorting out in terms of all of the other police reports you mentioned in, would you be mentioned in the report where the other girl's parents were charged?
Yes, because they investigated my parents. They knew it was me in the video. They just didn't have enough evidence to convict my parents. They got the girls' parents because even though they were careful not to show the faces of us, the children in the film, they had enough identifying features of the house, of the basement where we filmed the film, and it was the house of the parents of the girl is where we filmed it.
Okay. So those are really important reports to get, but we've got to figure out how to get those safely, because those could certainly, if there's a bunch of those that you request, they could get flagged. I need to sort of simmer about, because there's all requests that we should be getting all of those in. But maybe starting with that report, I'll just figure out, let's kind of noodle a bit about getting those safely. Because it's simple enough to request the reports. I just don't want you to request the reports. Although sometimes you can get them faster in terms of victim reports, but I want to just be really careful.
Right. Right.
And then I just feel like super careful with Alan as well, right? Because I was looking at some of Alan's posts, and Alan seems to like to sort of post about, when Alan's posted something that the MAGA Republicans have gotten angry at. So we want to be careful that Alan wouldn't, not to say a bunch of swear words, fuck shit up.
Yeah. I kind of got that from the Ed Opperman report. So
and my concern, I'm telling you there, when you mentioned Amanda, I'm like, there's just something odd about Ed Opperman. Either Ed Opperman is like sort of a sleazy ambulance chaser, or Ed Opperman's a sleazy ambulance chaser, and there's some connection in terms of like some different layers of the Trump Epstein pedophile enterprise, that they were using pilots and PIs to recruit, traffic, and silence victims.
Yeah, I think that would be an accurate deal.
Yeah. So, okay. Well, this stuff is all sort of helpful starting. I really, again, like super quiet until after Monday or Tuesday, for sure. Super careful. I think it would really help us not to even look at the news much. Because I don't, just like super selective looking at the news. I think because there's might be a lot of announcements suddenly, and we don't want to behave distracted or blindsided.
Well, I have been being very careful, so I will continue to do that, and I will get you those papers here in just a minute.
Awesome. Now, I just wanted to, there was something else I was going to ask you. I guess we covered most of it right now. Oh yeah, just like in terms of getting a copy, gets information from Alan in terms of either a link to where in the public archives the mention is of William Kyle, or, Alan to send you copies, even screenshots as a start and a link.
Okay, I haven't been back in contact with him since I gave you that information, but
okay.
I'm getting the paperwork right now and seeing what I got here. All right.
Has Alan posted recently? Have you noticed?
I have not. I've only had the interactions that I've discussed with you with him.
Okay.
So outside of that.
Yeah, it looks like last time was 20 hours ago. Maybe.
Oh, here, I already got it. Here's my DD-214.
Awesome.
Okay. Yep, right on top.
Woohoo.
Oh, and it's already redacted. Perfect. It's ready to send. All right, I'll send those to you in just a minute.
Awesome. Oh, just a second.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just checking there. Okay, yeah, no, we're good. Yeah, get those off to me, and I feel like yeah, I'm gonna snorkel a bit.
Okay, sounds good.
I hit some golf balls yesterday. I'm gonna snorkel a bit and stuff, and then I'm just sort of pacing in terms of going through those audio but at least it's all underway now and so on. And I'll get some other copies to some other folks today.
All righty, sounds good. And I'll get you these. You'll get them in the next 5 minutes, probably.
Sounds good.
All right. Talk to you in a little bit.
Talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Are you okay if I record right now?
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
Well, what was going on there in Alabama where they got caught with those 10 kids, that's just essentially what I came from, something like that. And as I understand it, 5 of the kids out of the 10 were related to the people running the operation.
The Trump Epstein operation.
Yes.
Yeah.
And, in as much as these people are going to go down, they were working for somebody.
Yeah.
So, I'm sure that those people, and they deserve to go to prison and all of that stuff, but they were running this deal and filming their films and doing all the things that they were doing for somebody else. So whoever, Epstein's not running it anymore. Ghislaine Maxwell's in prison, but I would just about guarantee you that wasn't the end of it.
Yeah. So with those, when we were just discussing with the parties, those torture parties with the girls at the brothels, they'd go to the parties, and often they didn't come back from the parties. We summarize again what was going on there.
Well, sometimes they would go to the party and they would be beaten to death or tortured to death at the party by the client. Other times they would go to the party, and depending on I know sometimes the status of the person that the girls had been an escort for would be problematic because they wouldn't want to leave like a witness. So
you mean like just an individual that was considered high profile?
Yes. I couldn't name names on that. I don't know who, but sometimes they didn't want to leave the girl alive.
So how often, when the girls from the brothels would go to the parties, how often did the girls not come back?
If I had to guess, I'd say like half the time.
Half the time.
Yeah. The parties weren't something that happened all that often. Like it'd be around like the federal holidays and stuff like that, Labor Day, 4th of July, where you typically would think of as a 4-day weekend.
Yeah.
And, not all of them had parties. Well, I guess all those bigwigs have parties, but, not all of them were those type of parties where they had underage people, I guess. So I don't know how that part was organized.
Yeah. Yeah, so they seem to tie the parties with holiday weekends and things where could be presented sort of like, they were just, it was a Labor Day party, it was like a Christmas holiday parties, some parties at the locations, but it was always where the parties were then dwindled to 8 or 10 of the more depraved pedophiles. Yep. This was when a lot of the more depraved torture and rape and murder occurred, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And I just think that that's an important distinction because a lot of those people that did go to those parties and might have done some cocaine and might have, had an affair or whatever with an escort, it just doesn't rise to the level of what happened towards the end of them. That's a different, there's an illegality of what happened in the beginning of that, but then there's, obviously there's different levels of everything. So, and I think to some degree, the people that were waiting there to the end of the party, they're using all of those other big names and stuff that may have done things that they're not proud of as cover.
Yeah.
It couldn't have possibly happened at this party
because, hey, everybody and their brother was at that party.
Well, I think they were and I think they were probably trying to get information on all of those attendees and sort of to use as a protective blackmail layer regarding the more depraved torture and murder of American children.
Yeah.
Did you ever, in those years, see anyone other than American children? Yeah, okay. Let me ask you another question. Now, something I think just contextually and just more to get a sense. I know it's not what you would want to swear in a Bible because your recollection is unclear, but you talked about that there are individuals that you thought might have been involved, that you saw at parties that had assaulted you. Are you okay to talk about some of those individuals? Now, I'm asking specifically to get more context, but specifically, especially in terms of how we're looking at proceeding prosecutorially. I want to make sure we're talking to the right folks, especially considering how many folks did attend some of those bigger parties before these whittled down to the hardcore torturers.
I've really kind of shared the people that I have a clear recollection of. The rest of it just kind of melds together into something that I can't verbalize well enough to make an accusation in any direction.
Yeah.
And for some of that type of stuff, you just kind of just go off into another place. There's really no other way I can describe it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you deal with the aftermath, but as far as the actual incidents, most of them are blurred out,
Mm-hmm. And you said in terms of the parties with the girls with the brothels that when they didn't come back, that they were sort of sold. They were told that the girls had gone on to the mansion or to maybe somewhere, a mansion overseas, to kind of live out their dreams. But in cases, the girls were either tortured and beat to death at the parties or sometimes shot.
Yes.
And what would you say was the average age of the girls there?
If I had to guess an average, I'd say 13.
13.
Right. A couple maybe a year or two younger, a bunch of them around that age, and by a bunch, I don't think there was ever more than 5 or 6 there at a time, but even in the short time that I was there, it was Samantha was the only one that was there when I had gotten there, I think.
Yeah.
So.
And you said, 5 at a time at the brothel?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Something like that.
And then at the parties, when it was just like the 8 or 10 of the more depraved pedophiles, how many kids at the parties then?
Just, maybe a couple.
A
3.
couple? 2 or 3?
Yeah.
So 8 to 10 adults and 2 or 3 children.
Mm-hmm.
And you said that adults would vary party to party, but some of the adults were similar, or the adults were different party to party?
There were faces that that I saw more than once, and in being able to recognize people, I've given all the ones that I've really kind of recognized.
Yeah.
But you would get a sense of who was more safe than others.
Yeah. Yeah, my sense is that how it was sort of organizationally structured is that there were sort of satellite setups, that there was more use of the smaller airports and even the smaller planes to transport, and there was use of private investigators to recruit and then get intel, even kidnap and then silence victims, and that they did use the bigger parties to provide sort of criminal cover for the
Right.
more targeted parties, and that they tried to keep a tight lid on the targeted parties in terms of the number of pedophile participants and the number of children per party in
Yeah.
terms of victims.
Right.
And there could have been other locations, like you said, you didn't experience awareness of, where the perpetrators would target different victims in different locations, 2 or 3 at a time.
Oh, I'm sure that they had, I don't know, it was almost, looking back on it, it was pretty well organized. So
Yeah.
it would be hard for me to believe that it was only happening in that one place. I never went to a different place that I can recall, but yeah,
And
I would think.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, it's okay.
And do you have any sense of where, like, you said there was lots of farms, different locations, but were you taken more often to one specific farm that you seem to remember more? Is that correct?
No, there was one in Tennessee that I went to a couple of times, and then another one in Alabama a couple of times, and then I can't really remember specifics other than those 4.
Yeah.
And then one, let's see, we went back to that one. That was those 2 times. Yeah, that's really all I have much of a recollection of. I know that I attended more things than just that. It's just that as far as the specifics go,
Yeah. In terms of locations.
it's hard. Yeah, it's their old memories too. Some of them go back, like 9 years old.
Yeah. Okay. So, I'm asking a bit, like I say, in terms of like figuring out sort of simply in terms of finding the right prosecutorial support, and in terms of carefulness of us getting those copies of those reports. Like, it's sort of a weird chicken and the egg thing in terms of, like, some of the police departments, they'd want to look at copies of reports, but we want to get those copies of those reports safely without triggering anything in terms of United States surveillance.
Well, all I can do is ask them. Like if I'm being watched, then they're going to see what I do. But I don't know. I can't really worry about it anymore.
No, you can't. You can't. I mean, what's your sense in terms of what's really right for you?
I have no idea, to be honest. Yeah, I'm kind of curious. I want to go up there and get that police report, and if I'm able to get that, then I'm excited to try to get the next thing. But I just have to make some headway somewhere.
Yeah, well, let's just go report by report, and I'll figure out. I know that there's a bunch in terms of Freedom of Information Act requests. I want to talk to the police officer again here. I mean, obviously, whatever the police officer talked to the police officers in the intel division, they wanted to call me. So, like I say, I'll follow up and I'll say, look, we have these other reports. I can say to them, see if we get sort of the document I've got filled out a bit in terms of list of evidence. You can just say, here, there's a just list of the number of police reports from childhood, CPS reports, all those ones, and then we can just sort of look at what we've requested, get some information, then I can, when I get the flash drive or the audio, so the different documents to the police officer to listen to, then I can say, here, look, this is what we've been working on so far, and I'll just tell her my concerns in terms of we ask for a bunch of these reports, is it going to flag anything, that would be in any way, considering the situation. I'll just ask if they can run the reports, even.
Okay.
Or who they could tell me that could run the report, some of those reports. That I could ask if the police department can't. There must be somebody else who I can speak to on Vancouver Island that can just run those reports, or in Ottawa or something, without flagging anything. Some of the journalistic organizations where there's tons of requests going through, I just want to be super careful in terms of where the request comes from, just so there isn't any inadvertent attention on you, right?
Right.
And obviously
man, I'm fried.
Pardon me?
I said I am fried. I'm gonna have to let you go. I gotta listen to some music, man.
Yeah, no, don't worry. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. This just really takes me to a kind of a dark spot, man. And I kind of need to listen to some music for a while.
Okay, no, I understand. Enjoy some music, enjoy some quiet, and take care.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
Okay, I'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.